Now we
I think we also saw that energy is cross-cutting. Shouldn't be left to energy industry only. Agriculture should be involved in energy for maybe irrigation, solar irrigation. So it's a cross-cutting issue that does not be a one institution or a one ministerial case.
So we need to engage other sectors beyond our energy. We get to engage with agriculture, health, education. It's cross-cutting. Thank you. There's a hand behind there.
And energy governance, setups in our government sectors, our policy frameworks, do they respond to our needs? Do they respond to energy access for all? And we also talked, I think, issues of capacity, the expertise that we have. Do they respond actually to those needs that are being put forward, or the needs to access to energy?
So even as we look at or look through the issues, do they respond to the needs? Do they respond to what is happening? Is their capacity? So we can see where to come in. Thank you. Any other? We shall move the mic. Give the gentleman next to Donnie, the orange cape. Well, next, yes. I've chosen you.
Okay, thank you very much. So I think yesterday something which struck me is the issue of public participation in all the phases of the energy development, or maybe the energy value chain. And as you remember, the issue we are talking yesterday about the tariffs, the charges, maybe Kenyans who are here can bear me witness. Once you pay electricity bill, I think immediately you get the message, you see this is unfair, this is unjust. Because why? The taxes are so high, or maybe the taxes are more than what you are left with. And then this decision was made even without your consent, or maybe without your involvement. So I think that one is a thorn in the flesh, which as CSOs, we should try to do something to push the relevant authorities. Over to you.
So we are going to be more alert and more keen on checking out some of these things and questioning them. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Yesterday we learned a lot of things, and my colleagues have already shared them. But I want to mention one of the things that I learned was on just transition to renewable energy technologies, where we said that much as we are providing energy, but energy projects sometimes affect our communities and they're not compensated. So we need to make sure that wherever energy project is being implemented, communities affected are well compensated to meet their daily livelihoods. But also, I also liked about efficiency of energy, not looking on one sector. Like, for example, if we provided energy for lighting, that is not enough. We need to go beyond lighting to cooking, but also to agriculture, like how much people do irrigate their agriculture activities. Like, for example, if they highlighted that only 4% of our cultivated areas go through irrigation. And the biggest, that means that the 96% are not irrigated. And then you can imagine how much produce do we get from that. Something that we need to think about. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The need to go across sectors and continue engaging and maximizing on the resources that we have.
I think planning was also emphasized. Energy access shouldn't be in a short-term plan. It should be a long-term plan where we get even children going to school at another age, planning them to be energy sources. So it should be a long-term plan, not a short-term plan.
Thank you. We should have long-term plans and see, and also encourage the younger generation also to come up with the innovations and build their capacity on energy issues. Thank you. Anybody else? I'd like to hear some voices. I know hands may not be raised. Let us see behind there. One was here yesterday. Who was here yesterday? Ah, they were here yesterday. Just one thing that you remember from yesterday's session that was outstanding for you?
Bonjour à tous, je suis Fatoumata Diallo du Burkina Faso. Alors, ce que j'ai pu retenir de la journée d'hier est que nous avions parlé des différents challenges que nous avons ou que nous vivons au niveau de nos différents pays africains et du coup de la similarité des problèmes que nous vivons. Donc, nous avons soulevé des points tels que les défis à relever, certaines solutions, et il y a eu des réponses qui ont été apportées, mais aussi quelques statistiques qui ont été données, telles que en Afrique, nous pouvions compter plus de 760 millions de personnes qui n'ont pas accès à l'électricité. Et donc, la réunion, les discussions se tournaient autour des apports de solutions par rapport à ce problème que nous vivions. Voilà un peu le sujet sur lequel nous avons eu à échanger dans la journée d'hier. Merci bien.
So Fati said that yesterday we talked about the different challenges we met in specifically our countries, and we found some similarities. And also we followed some of the statistics saying that for now there are more than 700 million in Africa that have no access to electricity, and some recommendations were made on how civil society can bring their hand in enhancing capacity of the
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I hope you're energized and you had a good rest yesterday or yesterday night. I hope the Croatia supporters are not so disappointed for those. It seems Messi is getting his way this time. So, as introduced, I'm David Njugi. I work with Gogla. I work as the East Africa Regional Representative. I also coordinate the productive use of energy work within Gogla. I'm based in Nairobi, and maybe just a brief, as the presentation is being set up, about Gogla. Gogla is the global industry association for off-grid solar and appliances, and we represent the sector by, advocating for enabling environment, providing market information and data, and communicating about the value that our members offer. So it's an industry association representing over 200 members who are mainly in manufacturing and distribution of off-grid solutions. We also have as members and partners other organizations that support the sector, whether it's donors or development institutions, and other, research and academia that also support the sector. So that is who we are. I'll be presenting a bit on the work that we are doing on productive use, and we'll take you through a bit of what is productive use of renewable energy. It will be a little bit focused or a little bit biased to off-grid solar. However, the challenges, the issues are very common, even when you look at productive use of energy for mini-grid or grid connected.
Sorry, we are trying to sort out the presentation. Just give us a few seconds. Looks like the internet is not pushing from David's to Hope.
Sorry about that. So, as I was saying, I'll be sharing a bit about the work we are doing in the productive use work, and just emphasize that it will be a little bit biased to off-grid, but issues are quite generic to to across sectors, and then we can have a discussion around it. As we wait for the presentation to come online, maybe by show of hands, anyone who has come across or understands what productive use of renewable energy is? I guess we all have. Okay, by show of hands, productive use. Wow, okay. Quite a number of us have not interacted in that. We'll go to, okay, finally it's here. Do you have the stick or we'll have to? Yeah, finally we are on. So I'll take you through some slides about productive use and what you're doing, and it's kind of a baseline that is also focused on 4 countries where we're doing some bit of work, And I'll also explain a bit of what we are doing in Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, and Ethiopia. Yeah, we've gone through what Gogla is. So this is a result of quite a bit of work. We've had some interviews with over 29 different institutions, national associations, renewable energy associations, impact investors, donor agencies, and a lot of players, and reviewed a lot of reports that have talked about productive use in the region and beyond. These are just some of the associations that we have interviewed so far. So it's a synthesis of all this. Now, coming to the definition of productive use, what do we mean by productive use? The World Bank defines it as the utilization of energy, electric, non-electric, for activities that enhance income and welfare. Just maybe to give some context, when you talk about welfare, it may not directly contribute to increased incomes, but helps, has an indirect impacts on the welfare of the households or communities, whether it's security or health, or that indirectly contribute to their productivity and all that. And we've had other definitions. So for off-grid, just to put it in context, we are talking about solar-powered appliances which are energy efficient and powered by direct and AC current. And we've kind of categorized them into two. Those appliances that enable improved or new income generating activities, mainly in the agriculture, value chain, the cold storage, the solar water pumps, agro-processing equipment, the milling and all that. And those appliances that are used for household and small businesses, fans, radios, hair clippers, TVs, and others. In terms of the impact, and this is from various sources, there's huge potential, that is one, and largely unutilized. It reduces post-harvest losses by over 30%, increases incomes of households by quite a bit, and productivity in terms of agricultural yields. We've also, that is more or less in terms of impact. So it's good to have these at the back end as we go along the presentation. That productive use is going beyond lighting and providing, improving the welfare of communities, of households, and increasing productivity of in the agriculture across the various the value chain. At the moment, in East Africa alone, we have more than 120 companies that operate within this space. I think we got some bit of statistics in terms of the farmland that is irrigated, could be different from what you saw, but more or less quite low. Meaning there's so much in terms of the potential we have. We could say we are just scratching the surface. We are very far from an ideal situation, meaning that a lot of households are not, getting a lot of benefit, either whether they are close to the grid or house, those off-grid appliances, solar home systems, or the land that they till. I'm putting these across pretty early in the presentation to highlight that the reason why there's a lot of these, I mean, a lot of potential and yet to be utilized is there are a lot of challenges, and we are going to come to these to scale up productive use of renewable energy. From policy, there is lack of coordination, even between donors and governments. As we mentioned, I think it's Benson, I think, was mentioning there's need to have sectoral coordination, when you talk about productive use, you're not talking about energy alone. You're talking about agriculture, you're talking about industry, trade, and all of these ministries, agencies, and programs that are supporting these need to coordinate a little bit more because they speak to each other. Energy is an enabler. As we say, there's no health without energy. There's no agriculture without energy. There's no agro-processing without energy. So how do we help, those intergovernmental organizations to coordinate a bit better, to plan a bit better, to budget for the sector, to include energy in their planning, even if they're not direct, or get support from the energy docket. And it's good that, CSOs, academia, understand these and try and see how best, as we lobby, as we advocate for scaling up of productive use of renewable energy. That is a major hindrance, that government agencies, programs are not talking to each other, and because of that, they are losing out on this big opportunity. Data is also quite scarce. When we are doing this baseline, we do not have a repository for a lot of this data. On the issue of enabling environment, very little has been done actually to address or to look at what are the challenges within that area. I think we know affordability is a big issue. Again, because of lack of awareness or prioritization of these issues by governments or stakeholders working within the sector, productive use of appliances are not, like the solar lanterns that will cost, $50 or less. These equipment, a solar water pump can go for almost $10,000. How do you make it for communities or for farmers, smallholders? Milling equipment powered by solar, they are not cheap. How do you? So those are the issues that we need to address. And I think you can have a look, and this presentation will be shared, looking at, also on the supply side, quality of products is also a major issue. Some of the products in the market are not of good quality. A lot of these products do not have standards in the countries that they're being used, meaning that you can import whatever you want, which affects the market and even adoption as well. There is very low after-sales service. Majority of these distributors, do not offer that, so maintenance is a big issue. Of course, access to finance, both for the supply side and the demand side, is a major issue. There are programs now coming up to help address that, but they're still not at the level and scale that can push the adoption of productive use to the next level. And of course, there are a lot of challenges within the value chain with regard to knowledge, skills, partnerships. Farmers need to be trained, for example, on better farming practices, how to utilize these technologies. We need to train technicians to repair some of these, whether it's cold storage or solar water pumps, so that, they're able to offer that service close to the user. And there's still a lot of research that needs to go towards the business models, some of the technologies that are not yet at market, that are being tested, integration of technology. We've seen a bit of integration of PEGO in some of these appliances, which helps address the affordability issue or the availability issue. So, still a long way, but we are making some progress. I put this slide here just to also illustrate, challenges that those who are connected to the grid or mini grids also experience. Power outages, I think we know this is a major challenge. When power goes, you cannot use that equipment. Sometimes it goes for a day, 2 days, 3, 4, which basically, discourages these farmers and sometimes just abandon the use of that equipment. If it's for mini grids, the capacity of the mini grid may not support, plugging in of a lot of this equipment, and adding the capacity always costs quite a bit. Maybe the low quality of the materials installed, as I mentioned, quality is an issue, and of course the cost in terms of what we are charging. We've been discussing about, the cost of electricity is quite high as well. So this is just trying to define what is a productive use of renewable energy company. What do they deal with, and the scale, and most of them are SMEs. You have large companies, especially on the solar water pumping side, the likes of Lorenz or others, but majority are SMEs, are small enterprises, 20 to 50 employees, dealing with 1 or 2 products. But we also have those who are doing distribution of multiple products as well. We have the plug-and-play component-based solar, and those who are operating within the mini-grid areas. In terms of where we are in terms of technology and market status, a lot of the small size units, what we're talking about, TVs, radios, hair clippers, fans, smartphones, that could enable productive use, those are already at scale, and we are seeing millions of these being sold every year. There are technologies that are near to market. These are the component-based solutions, mainly the solar water pumping. We are talking about e-mobility, refrigeration units, cold rooms. And as you can see, the sales are not significant. Now I'll have to, this is data collected by Gogla, meaning that we are not capturing quite a bit, especially on the solar water pumping. I think the sales for the water pumping could be double that or triple that. But a lot of the big boys in the solar water pumping space are not sharing data with Gogla, and because of that, we do not have that data. But that number could be maybe at the range of 200K or even upwards. So those are the products or technologies that are near to market, meaning that they are not yet commercial. They still need a bit of support. There is still marketing challenges or distribution issues or even technology issues. You've seen cold rooms that are using solar with some integrated technology to allow for cooling over the night when there's no solar or when there is a bit of cloud cover. E-mobility, I think we've all come across. Rwanda has one of the companies that deals with two-wheelers, Ampersand. I think they're based just around here. It's still being piloted and tested, and the business model being refined. Cold rooms as well. refrigeration units, they are not yet up to commercial scale. Then you have emerging technologies, the egg incubators, solar milling, inverters, electric cooking has huge potential, but yet to get to scale. And then things like solar dryers, supporting health and education, those are things that need to happen, but still quite far. This is a bit of a busy slide. I'll skip it for now, but just giving some comparing technologies within East Africa, what is the market potential, the companies operating within the space, some of the issues and the focus, the geographical focus of these technologies. So solar water pumping, cold storage, e-mobility, cooking. As you can see, there are not so many players in the space. And this you're just talking about the East Africa region, where a lot of this is happening. For those who are collecting data on productive use, maybe 70 or even 80% of activity is happening within the East Africa region, without considering countries like in Asia. But for Africa, a lot of this work is happening within this region. Just comparing, in South Asia, we are talking about weak grid oriented market. So that demand is growing. In East Africa, we are talking about the off-grid demand. And in West Africa, as I've mentioned, still, not a lot happening. But yeah, I think that we've seen companies trying to focus and try to assess the market there, but still a bit of a challenge. If you look at the enabling environment for productive use, it's still a lot of issues that needs to be addressed. We are talking a lot about a lot of components. Solar water pumping, refrigeration units, hair clippers. It's a range of products and technologies. And a lot of them have not been given any priority. If you go to a lot of the countries within the region, the East Africa region, you have programs supporting solar water pumping, solarization of, water pumping, for irrigation. I know Rwanda has one, Kenya has one, yeah, Ethiopia, Uganda. But the scale is very low, They're talking about hundreds of pumps sometimes, not at the scale that, can really catalyze the market and push it forward. Taxes are still being levied on these technologies. So out of the cold storage units that are coming in, still attract, duty, VAT, refrigeration units. So apart from, those plug and play solar home systems that are exempted in most countries, a lot of these other technologies are still being charged taxes. There are a lot of government do not have either a policy on productive use. India has one. I am not aware of any country within the region that has a policy around it. If you look at the Ministry of Agriculture or those departments responsible for agriculture, they've not really integrated productive use as an enabler, and they don't budget for them either adequately or at all. So there's quite a bit that needs to be done. We are talking about subsidies to reduce the cost of this equipment. Very little is being done, but we've seen a bit of appetite from donors and stakeholders in the sector trying to come up with programs that can address some of these issues. In the region, as I've mentioned, enabling environment is a major issue. lack of coordination, a lot of stakeholders, whether it's CSOs, associations within the renewable energy space, are yet to properly integrate productive use in their working groups or in their engagements with government. Data, because of that, data also becomes a big challenge, and we need that data to project in terms of market, the market opportunity, what needs to be focused, what is working, what is not working, what business model is working. You know, we need changes in the tax regime to support or to allow for incentives. We need standards, you know, for this for some of these technologies. It's a bit of a challenge because some of these technologies are quite new and they're evolving pretty quick. So do you put a standard and then revise it almost every year because, you know, technology is evolving, or do you wait until the technology has matured and then have a technology? There's need to adopt maybe global standards, and then, you know, work towards localizing these standards. This just highlights some of the programs within the region that are supporting productive use of energy. As you can see, there's quite a bit of programs working, supporting with grants, providing capital, likes of Acumen, E4A, that early stage financing that is much needed. The World Bank has a cooling facility that is also supporting the sector. We've also seen quite a bit of research and going into that. I think WRI should be somewhere here. And some programs that are supporting issues to do with enabling environment. Far for All, I think they're in Uganda and Ethiopia. Shell Foundation, I think doing some work in Ethiopia, and Dev, and among others. So these are some of the stakeholders within the sector that are supporting the sector. Please let me know when time is ready. I'm doing good. In terms of best practices, it's a bit limited because a lot of these companies are startups. They're small, and trying to figure out, their business model and the market, and without data, a lot of people approach us and ask us, what data do you have on refrigeration units or cold storage or irrigation in Uganda? And out of that, data is not available. You just give some generics of who is playing in the market, which companies are in the space, and the challenges that they're facing, and the business model that they're deploying and all that. We've got quite a number of companies that are being quite innovative. Maybe you've come across Soko Fresh that are offering storage as a service, energy storage as a service. But they've also come to realize that, if you don't support the farmer from, for example, on how they pick their avocados, because it affects what they fetch in the market or what can be exported, for example. If you don't support them with, guide them in terms of how they need to take care of their trees, avocado trees, if they don't also look, then there's a challenge. So they've learned over time, I've been following their story, that you cannot just offer, storage as a service. It goes beyond that. We need to support the farmers. We need to look for for the market for these products. So they've started exporting recently. which was not initially in their business model. And they thought that, people will actually come and store their goods, their avocados, their tomatoes, their oranges, and when they get a market, then they come, sell, and pay them for the service. They realize that they actually have to, because in the region, I think, we all know the market issues that are there, various institutions, governments are not supporting farmers, especially in access to markets, which really affects the losses that we see. We've seen the World Bank. I'm not sure whether AFDB is working on a program on productive use. We'll task someone to explain if they have. But we have seen them coming up with subsidy programs. I think the World Bank is designing subsidy programs for productive use, especially on solar water pumping, for a number of countries, or already integrating in existing programs. We've seen that happen a lot in India, a bit implemented in a bit of a not so well, but still quite interesting and a lot to learn from there. There are programs like the Water Energy for Food, who we work with, that are supporting innovators, researchers within the sector as well. So it's a kind of a holistic approach that is needed, because a lot of these technologies are still new and need to be, and companies are small and they need to be supported. I maybe just want to give a market status for one of the countries. I have slides for the 4 countries, Kenya, Rwanda, Uganda, and Ethiopia. And you get these slides and you can see what they have. So just zeroing down on Kenya, for example, a lot of the companies that you've seen that I have mentioned are actually working within this space, are working in Kenya. Why Kenya? I think because of the policy framework within Kenya that has been there, quite enabling, if I may put it that way, for the renewable energy sector, and the mature market for these solutions, whether it's off-grid solutions and all that. I think it's natural that Kenya is leading on the adoption of these technologies, and a lot of companies are using Kenya to pilot, test, but not entirely. I mean, Ampersand started in Rwanda, now they're getting into Kenya, but a lot of these companies are actually working in Kenya. We have the National Association there, Kerea, that has working groups, actually sub-working groups actually on various technologies to look at the potential for productive use, and also trying to coordinate an interministerial committee that can bring together all the relevant ministries and government agencies to coordinate and even plan for productive use. We are supporting them to develop a national roadmap to scale up productive use of energy. Yeah, I mean, there are more than 100 companies in Kenya that are operating in Kenya for productive use. A lot of them in the solar water pumping space, quite a number on cold storage and e-mobility, and maybe not included here is also electric cooking. A lot of distributors, companies, Kenya Power itself is actually promoting electric cooking as a way of driving up demand. A lot of these companies are in the off-grid space, but we're seeing a lot of new ones that are completely out of the space and kind of partner with these companies to deploy their technologies. Again, comparing the technologies and what has been done for the various technologies. This is a slide that is common to other countries. Looking at GOGLA members who are working in productive use in Kenya, that's a snapshot of the companies that are doing something around productive use. I think the most notable is Soko Fresh for cooling. We have Sewer Chill, Axol, who are doing solar milling equipment, among other things, other companies. We have Davis and Shatley, who offer solar water pumps. I think they could be among the largest. Sun Culture, among others. There's still a lot of demand because of the, as you mentioned, the utilization, especially across the agricultural value chain, is still very low. If you look at the numbers, they're still very low for water pumps, and this is what is recorded by us. Could be for solar water pumping, as I mentioned, they could be a bit more than that, but that is what we have. But we are seeing a lot of activity, but at very low scale. But the demand for these services is there. There's low awareness, high cost or affordability is a major issue. The issue of taxation is affecting affordability, and then there's that lack of coordination of the sector. And those are the issues that are affecting just a snapshot, taxation, coordination or convening of the sector, policy, standards, still quite a bit of an issue. In terms of business models, as I mentioned, we've seen a lot of integration of technology trying to be tested. Even in electric cooking now, I saw an electric pressure cooker that has a pay-go device in it, and I think one of the major players in the cooking sector, Ban Manufacturing, will be rolling out these in the coming months. They're attracting quite a bit of funding for that. I could go on and on this. And these are some of the programs that are working within this space, supporting productive use of energy. Some of them, not all. In terms of what needs to be done, just emphasizing these again, we need data to assess the market. We need to address issues to do with policy, tax, incentives to grow the sector. We need to coordinate the sector a bit more. And we are doing some market assessments in all these 4 countries, kind of high-level market assessments just to inform our members on what is happening and the business models that are working, and some of the data in these markets that may be interesting for them, and even investors and financiers as well. So I have the same for Uganda. There's a slide I wanted us to look at. I'll not discuss it, but just highlight. As CSOs, what role do can they play in the productive use space? Is it in access to finance, capacity building, market development, supporting companies, coordinating and bringing actors together, research, R&D, contributing into policy dialogues. And when you look at the value chains, whether you're looking at the agriculture value chain, what role do CSOs play? What role does academia play? It's quite significant. And since, proactive use, it's old technology or concepts that are coming to life now. There's so much potential. There's a lot that needs to be done in terms of developing innovations. And as we've seen, the impact, making these communities more resilient, driving demand for electricity when you're talking about, mini grids and building the business case for mini grids, or even for utilities. In Kenya, Kenya Power is actually spearheading the electric cooking movement as a way of, they are also promoting efficient electric appliances, and they are trying to come up with what they are calling a super ESCO, where they can finance farmers and other users to actually adopt or mechanize their agriculture and use electricity as a way of driving demand, because we've had the last mile electrification, but without adequate demand, then it becomes unsustainable. It becomes too expensive for them to maintain the lines. And sometimes because of that, there are outages because the lines are not being well maintained and all that. So there is huge opportunity within the sector. The impact is, but I will also say, because this is something that I heard yesterday, a lot of people saying, what can we do to improve the lives? Let's also not forget that we have 700 million people who have no energy access. And maybe the first thing we need to provide to them is that solar lantern, that basic lighting appliance. Let's not forget that that is still needed for millions and millions of people. And as we grow with them in the energy ladder, then we can support them to acquire these appliances and think of more income generating activities that can be supported to improve their lives as well. So I think I'll stop here and allow for any questions or reactions to my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, David. James will take up 15 minutes of your time. It was quite a rich presentation. You'll do it at 10 so that we can open up. There's quite interesting information that is coming out in this sector. So do you have any questions, any comments, any feedback? Wow, quite a lot.
All right, thank you. I'm Julius, once again from Malawi. Just wanted to, I think there's so much of the information that I can relate with what is happening in some of the countries, including my own country in Malawi. And one of the major things that you've actually talked about is the issue of regulations, standards. I'm not very sure how, what recommendation you can give in terms of ensuring that there has to be compliance. And I know the different countries are at different levels. I don't know whether you have done an analysis of how the standards and regulations in the different countries being complied to, and what are the gaps. And bearing in mind that one of the critical issues you also raised was about the cooperation between the government and the other international agencies, agencies and governments, where things, maybe compromises are made at some point to do with the issues of standards and regulations. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's keep our questions brief so that we can have as many as we can.
I think, thank you, David. It's more related to what my colleague has put across, the role of GOGLA in quality control, and in Uganda, for example, there's a big problem of counterfeits. So how are we working with standards agencies to make sure that these counterfeits are not really, again, reducing that intention of promoting production or productive use of these appliances, especially to the small producers, the SMEs, who may not afford product verification, for example, to make sure that the product I'm getting for irrigation, the investment I'm making is going to last for the intended use. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just looking at the roles for those CSOs, and I'm looking at role 3 and 4, market development and analysis and recommendation for effective business models. I think there is a bigger role or an additional role that civil society can play. If you look at the wind energy sector in the UK, for example, the initial investments were made by CSOs who wanted to demonstrate that this can work. And in Africa, we have shied away from thinking that non-governmental organizations can actually set up these initiatives and run them as businesses, partly as a way of solving a problem that exists, but also as a way of demonstrating that if the right policy framework exists and if the right financial mechanisms are there, these things can work and are viable. Because most other actors are hesitant if they don't have all of the information that they need to reassure themselves that the ventures would be profitable, perhaps even sustainable.
David, can you tackle those as we continue?
Yeah. With the issue of standards, I think that's an issue that exists across sectors. A lot of it has to do with the capacity of the standard bodies or the bodies in charge of implementing these standards and making sure that products that do not meet those standards do not enter the markets. I know there are various efforts, for example, within the EAC or even Comesa region, trying to, standardize a lot of these and also coordinate to make sure that whatever comes into our market, because our borders are very porous, something gets into Somalia and in no time it's in Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, or whatever. Or something gets into Kenya and gets its way to Zambia. So because of that, that's still a major challenge. There's need to create a lot of awareness on the consumer side, on the need to verify. When you're buying an electric pressure cooker, for example, or maybe let's say a microwave, very few of us look at the efficiency, the quality of the product. We just run and buy it because it's Bosch, it's, Vaughan, or a brand that we are familiar with. They could be efficient, but they also could not be efficient. So there's need to build that awareness about it. There was a huge campaign in Kenya some years back to sensitize people about refrigeration units, and the need for them to look at the stars. The more stars, the more energy efficient the refrigeration equipment is. Bulbs, lighting bulbs, motors, and all those things. And it had some good impact. It needs to be sustained because you have new players getting into the market. You have, people need to be reminded about all these things. But I know programs that are being like Verasol that verifies a lot of the off-grid equipment and appliances is also developing a list for productive use appliances as well. To take time because some of these technologies are evolving. So it's a bit tricky for some of the technologies I've highlighted here because some of them are new and you'd want them to mature a bit more before you put standards into place. But it's good to adopt whether an existing international standard. So there are ways that we can use to, and then maybe see how to localize them. So it's still an issue and a major issue for some of the markets. Uganda, I've had even for, solar, the normal solar equipment, a lot of counterfeits in the market. Rwanda tried to, be a bit more strict here, but we still get a bit of information about counterfeits in the market. In terms of the role of CSOs, I mean, interesting to hear that, that some have invested in wind and some of these emerging technologies. I mean, I think that's an opportunity we can, for CSOs to carve for themselves. And the moment you prove it, whether it's in a small scale, then you attract investments. And then that's the thing with some of these technologies. Until you prove it, until someone does some initial investment, no one will look at e-mobility, for example. We've seen some private capital coming in, and because of that, there's a lot of focus, and people are trying to understand the business and how to scale it. There's need for information, and I think that is a role that CSOs can also play. Providing market information, also assist innovators or investors to focus their investments. What is applicable for Rwanda, for example? What can work best? What productive user plans can be best applied here? And maybe just getting back on the standards issue, I think CLASP is doing a very good job. For those who know CLASP, they deal with energy efficient appliances, standards, and they're supporting in a lot of countries. I'm sure they're in Zambia as well, they're in Uganda. Those are organizations that are good to engage and try. They have a lot of data on the technologies that are deployed in the various markets, in the various countries, and can advise on, and actually the World Bank relies on them to advise on what can be verified by Verasol or not. So those are institutions that are good to have.
Okay, thank you. Let me take the second set, 1 minute each so that we can have time.
Okay, thank you very much. So mine, there's one component which I feel we should also focus in terms of productive use of energy. And maybe as Google, I would like maybe to know what you are doing. For instance, if you look at the urban areas of all these countries, there are so many small and medium enterprises, that is the eateries, or maybe the small hotels. And I know these ones also prepare meals, which use a lot of energy. We have also private institutions, or maybe hospitals, which are large consumers of energy. And I think most of them, forum we try to phase out. So I think there should also be some effort to make sure that these hotels, these hospitals, these institutions use this renewable energy. And now since Google is also working with these companies, I don't know what actions maybe you are taking to make sure that you also provoke them to do some innovations towards addressing this need. Over to you.
Okay. Yeah, mine, I have 3 comments. One is on regulations. How are we prepared to deal with the inter-country regulations? Like, for example, there was a ban for charcoal use in Kenya, but still, case of Uganda, we are still smuggling charcoal into Kenya. So how are we prepared as we transit to energy for production to coordinate these inter-country country regulations to make sure that if there is a standard in a certain district country, maybe it's also considered in another country. And then also, I was also thinking about disposal of these technologies. Do we have a plan on how, have we ever thought of a plan on how to dispose these remains of energy that we are advocating for? And secondly, you mentioned about a promotion of electric cars, which Kenya has already embraced, and Uganda is also thinking about it. But when I look at it, it could also become a problem to us as we think of changing to electric cars. For example, how about if everyone owned an electric car? Do we know how much energy would need to fuel those cars? And if they break off after 15 or 20 years, where are we disposing them? Those are the few things that I thought this meeting should discuss. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think for me, I'll look at it from a quite an interesting angle. We had like a similar discussion around the standards when a week ago when you had the meeting just within Zambia with uses, water uses, utility companies, and the cooperating partners. And also to this situation, I think there's a need, especially for Africa, to develop our own standards, because most of the standards we use are from China, especially that China, we are using most of the standards from the Far East. You know, so I think there's a need to develop our own standard, and apart from that, also we have the aspect of the issues of security, the secular economy. I think the energy sector can play a very key role in terms of promoting security, and we've been pushing for things like, for example, water in the energy sector. I think it's, as we talk about standards, I think it's of importance to have components that are repairable, because that we can create more jobs, especially for the local people. And this, we used to see these things used to happen. Way back, most of these water pumps, they were repairable, and most of the components for other different things, even TVs and things like that, had a repairable of nature. But we don't see that happening. Most of them, they are packaged into these components so that they can dump them into Africa. And once it dies, you never repair it. And where are you going to dump it? You want to send it back to that country where it's coming from. You know, so these are issues which we need to start addressing, especially in terms of talking about issues having standards. And we've also been strongly pushing for in terms of recycling standards, which most of the countries don't have, you know. And so these could also help in the energy sector, creating more jobs and to ensure that most of the components are very repairable of nature. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Last week, we attended a forum by Kawisafi Fund and the Green Climate Fund. And they were supporting, Green Climate Fund. They were supporting investors in the climate in the renewable energy sector, especially the private sector in Kenya. But I realized one thing. It's like the private sector is doing their own thing, civil society doing their own thing, and government is doing their own thing. I mean, there's little collaboration between the three sectors in terms of investing in the renewable energy. And that takes me back to Kenya, where we already have a planning framework, like the midterm plan for the national government. We have the county integrated development fund, plan for the county subnational government. But still, in the energy sector, we have the energy plans. How have we invested as civil society or private sector in this plan, so that, there's an entry to that plan, so that not everybody is doing their own thing. We have a way of working together as the three groups.
D'accord, merci bien. J'ai suivi la présentation avec beaucoup d'intérêt, et aussi voir que vous êtes représenté dans 3 pays de l'Afrique. suppose que vous aviez une expérience bien inouïe dans ce domaine. Du coup, nous remarquons qu'il y a plein d'initiatives aujourd'hui qui sortent de terre en Afrique sur les questions de l'éclairage solaire, mais par moments, on fait face à certaines difficultés telles que les processus de maintenance de ces installations-là. Dans les zones urbaines même, nous pouvons remarquer ces failles, n'en parlons pas des zones rurales. Donc, je souhaiterais que vous, si vous pouviez partager avec nous le mécanisme que vous aviez mis en place pour le suivi de ces systèmes d'installation dans les zones où vous exercez. Merci.
Fati just said that she followed the presentation with a lot of interest, and she heard that you've had so many initiatives on solar lighting, but she wanted to talk about her country, Burkina Faso, where they have some issues related to maintenance of those technologies in urban cities and especially in rural areas. So her question is, what are the mechanisms have you put in place to tackle these issues related to the maintenance, especially in those urban areas and rural areas, which are mostly affected with those issues?
Go ahead and tackle them.
Yeah, I think a lot of people talking about standards, quality of the products. I think you saw in my presentation that's a major issue that needs to be addressed. The main player here is, of course, private sector, and getting them to understand or to appreciate the need to bring in quality products, but also building the capacity and working with government institutions to make sure that there are standards as well as protect their borders so that you don't have the counterfeits coming in. As consumers, I think sometimes, and I have faced this difficulty before, when you want to buy a solar water pump, who do you usually go to? You can go to the back street business person who stores those equipment and buy them. They will not have any warranty. They are not going to give you any after-sales service. Or you can go to a renowned distributor who will give you a 2-year warranty, who can deploy a technician to come and support you. We guide you in how to use it. We'll provide you with a manual and maybe even support you in installing some of this equipment. Or you can actually import it directly, okay? So there is, if possible and where possible, always work with, and consumers need to be enlightened about this. Work with companies that can provide you some form of warranty, that can support you, whether in the installation, in the use of this equipment, in maintenance of this equipment. So that's why there's need to really support and work with local SMEs and businesses, to build their capacity around that. But that's something that when you're buying, especially some of these expensive equipment, you should always have at the back of your mind. Do I have a warranty? Does this company, have the capacity to support me in case it fails? What's their reputation? To do some bit of background around them. For Gogla members, we've been trying to encourage the adoption of the Consumer Protection Code. And this is companies, at the moment is voluntary, trying to commit to offer the best service or appliances to the consumers. That they're going to provide warranty, after-sales service, quality appliances, and support their consumer, their customers with warranty and supporting maintenance and all that. We are now going to the phase where we want to have that party verification of this, so that those who actually live to the Consumer Protection Code, can be promoted, and that way we'll be able to also, tell consumers of who to approach. And this is something that is industry driven. So it's not something that is coming from governments or the World Bank. This is industries taking the initiative to say that we are going to commit ourselves to offer a certain minimum level of service. On the issue of circularity, e-waste, there is some bit of effort happening, not in many countries, but the organizations that are coming up to kind of support these, because we know that there will be quite a bit of electronic waste in the future. Already there is. And we have a number of companies in the region that are supporting, the WE Center in Kenya. The other one is called EnviroFit. I think it's EnviroFit. They're based here in Rwanda as well. They're also in Kenya as well. There's a third one that I'm forgetting. And there are initiatives, even within Gogla, to try and look at that. We have now a working group that is looking at e-waste. We are supporting Kenya to develop the EPR regulations, as well as the registration of what you're calling PROs, the Producer Responsibility Organizations, that will be in charge of managing, collecting, sorting, and disposal, or reuse, recycling of electronic waste. It's at very advanced stage. The regulations are yet to be gazetted, but we hope that that will be done pretty soon. And as soon as that is done, we'll have a PRO ready. It's already being registered, and so there's private sector initiative to actually try and manage this. And we hope that government and other stakeholders will all support in that as well. Skills, I think we've mentioned that there's need to develop skills. And as saying in energy planning and sector planning, as we highlighted yesterday, I think there's need for all stakeholders to be really engaged in that. If you're not in those working groups, or you're not participating, if you write to the Ministry of Energy and tell them, in Kenya, and tell them that you want to participate in the energy planning for counties or the national government, they will gladly admit you to that platform. I know I am engaged in that process in Kenya, and they're very open to new stakeholders coming on board and providing their input. So I think it's that proactiveness from CSOs, academia, and private sector to really engage government in this process. I think the rest were more of comments, and since I've taken quite a bit of time, I think I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, David. That was quite insightful and thought-provoking. And we saw some of the challenges and the hindrances as mentioned in that sector as access to finance. And we'll continue with the next session. James.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I would like to appreciate my colleague from Gogla, who has preempted a lot of the things that we're going to share, especially concerning markets and productive use. And so even before we start the presentation on finance, we need to ask ourselves questions that, why is it that Africa is still attracting very little financial flows towards renewable energy, even though we have up to 80% of the world's population, because that would basically mean that if we have the majority of the world population, it is equivalent to a huge market. And therefore, a huge market means that money will flow there. So these are the questions that we need to ask. Why is it that most of the renewable energy investments are flowing elsewhere to Asia and Latin America, and very little coming to Africa, even though we have the 80% of the world's population? And so the questions of finance will always linger, and we need to constantly ask ourselves why we continue to attract little finance. And it's interesting that this morning we are giving a whole volume of terms of reference to CSOs, what CSOs should do, and I think CSOs are going to be getting very busy after this workshop because we've given you a lot of tasks. But I think my colleague yesterday, Thomas, gave an introduction of what we are as WWF. So WWF has what they call the Africa Regional Energy Hub, which basically works on energy access issues. It is based in Kampala, Uganda, and that's where I'm personally based. And this morning we would like to share some perspectives on how we can finance energy access, even though it has been a long-standing conversation and we keep mentioning the same thing, but at least every workshop, but I think it's important for us to really get at the bottom of this. And also the fact that we've had a number of conversations around policy, the need to adopt renewable energy policies or energy access policies. But we also know that over 80%, at least 80% of countries, Southern Africa actually have renewable energy policies. So should the conversations still be about policies, or should we be talking about policy actions? And so as CSO, this is what we need to be asking ourselves. If the policies are there and well designed with very nice and ambitious targets, is it that what is missing are actually the policy actions? So I'll go ahead and give a brief introduction of what we are currently doing as WWF in light of energy access finance. So currently we do have a work stream we came into partnerships with microfinance institutions, associations in Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania, where we provided capacity building or technical exchange on development and deployment of renewable energy financial instruments. And so the idea is that there's still a gap in accessing finance, especially at microfinance level. There's a lot of finance going for huge power projects, geothermal projects, hydropower projects, huge solar power plants, but there's still a challenge with the common man actually being able to afford a loan of as little as $200 to go and buy a solar system for their roof, or even an SME that needs as little as $100,000 to get a proof of concept for their product. So we have an ongoing work stream with microfinance institutions, and at the same time we are currently developing a toolkit in partnership with our partners, microfinance partners, and this is basically a toolkit that will microfinance institutions and other base of the pyramid financial institutions will use to develop and deploy renewable energy financial instruments into their markets. But also our experience with microfinance institutions has shown us that even though the interest is there, the understanding of the market is there, but microfinance institutions actually lack access to adequate capital or to really dedicate capital to renewable energy portfolios. And so we are working with our partner called Nithio, where we are providing support to microfinance institutions to become investment ready. For those that are investment ready, we are supporting them to access capital so that they can develop and deploy renewable financial instruments. And those that are not investment ready, we are supporting them in actually becoming investment ready so that they can prepare themselves to receive investments so that they can deploy renewable financial instruments at microfinance level. We are also working with private sector associations within East Africa to develop renewable energy business cases. Actually, on this Friday, we are having a forum between Africa and China where we shall be exploring renewable energy investment opportunities within Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, and Madagascar. I will share details of that later so that you can find out if you can join. Because one of the things we realize is that
even though we understand the renewable potential within Africa and energy access gaps are still existing, the awareness about these opportunities is inadequate, and also the business cases have not really been well elaborated for external investors to understand that there's an opportunity to invest in energy access and renewable energy projects. We are also working to address trade barriers around customs and tariffs, and recently we held a workshop between the East African Community Secretariat, that is the ESC government, and the private sector association, Renewable Energy Private Sector Association within East Africa, to basically unpack the key customs and tariff issues that are affecting the smooth flow of smooth flow of trade and renewable energy trade across the region, so that issues of if someone is buying a solar panel from Kenya and taking it to Uganda, they will not receive double taxation because it's still within the same common market of East Africa. So those small value chain related issues are some of the small factors that actually affect uptake of renewable energy and therefore energy access. And it's really important for us to unpack those value chain oriented issues to understand what are the pain points along the renewable energy value chain that are actually hindering, prohibiting the flow and easy access of renewable energy. So the current state of energy access financing for Saharan Africa stands like this. Even though Africa has potential for clean energy of up to 310 gigawatts to meet its quota, nearly a quarter of its energy targets by 2013, still a lot of that has been untapped. So closing the energy access gap within sub-Saharan Africa will require up to 28 billion of annual investments by 2030. And that includes 13 million for mini grids and 7.5 billion for grid solutions, as well as for off-grid investments. So this graph here gives you a picture of where Africa stands, or sub-Saharan Africa stands, in terms of attracting energy access financing. So in 2021 alone, Africa accounted for only 0.26% of global green bond issuance, which is the lowest share of the world. Why is it that we are still attracting that little financing, especially for green bonds, even though we have that huge population? These are questions we need to ask ourselves at the back of our mind, even as we designed our interventions. So you could also see the funding shortfall, that even though we have up to over 80% of the world's population without electricity, funding declined by 27% in 2019. You can see that Southeast Asia, including Bangladesh, India, Pakistan, received the largest share of finance for electricity access, and very little went to Africa, even though the majority of the population actually is in Africa. So these are the financing issues we need to be examining and unpack the issues. Sorry, I was supposed to. So, like I mentioned earlier, investments of up to 25 billion per year will be required until 2040 to achieve reliable electricity supply for all Africans. Where is that money going to come from? And let us not assume that this is going to come from the so-called donor partners. Some of that money is within. And the money, it's not the absence of money, actually. Money is there. And my colleague from FDB will agree that it's not the absence of money. Money is there. But we need to design interventions, how to direct it. We need to have interventions in Africa so that we direct more of that money to Africa. Why is it going to Southeast Asia and little coming to Africa, yet we have the majority of the population? Isn't the population equal to market? Probably no. Probably we'll be attracting most of it. Why is it that we are attracting little of it yet? So this is needed for all this 25 billion worth of investment is needed for electric connections alone, and capital spending on distribution networks, setting up generation plants and off-grid solutions. And of course, about 3 billion required for clean cooking solutions. It's not the absence of potential. I think yesterday there's a colleague, I was talking to a lady here called Bahati, who is trying to pilot a novel clean cooking solution. When you talk to global investors, they will tell you that they can only give out a certain threshold of funding or investment to SMEs within Africa. And most will tell you that if an SME cannot absorb at least 1 million and above, then they don't qualify for their portfolio. Yet it is not that those that don't qualify don't have potential. It's not that they are not doing something in the market. They are. But the current threshold of financing is still way above what the majority of African SMEs are able to absorb, simply because the operations are not as scaled up. Yet the reality is that there are a lot of private companies that have good solutions, and all they need is as it was 100,000 to be able to expand to a new district, to design, to scale up their production, to set up a new small factory. So we need to see that we can be able to make financing available for such small scale entrepreneurs within Africa. Okay, I think it has frozen. Hope, can you? It's okay, it will work out. So even as we think about the required investments to come up with the potential, as CSOs we need to look at what solutions can we provide. We've talked about the fact that policies are there. Most of our governments do have policies, but most of them are shelved, are nice pieces on the shelf. So the conversation should be around policy actions. For example, if a country's energy policy, let me say Uganda renewable energy policy says that the country should be using by 2030, the country should be relying on, should have most of this generation coming from renewable energy, at least 80%. What is the policy action there? We need to be looking at policy actions and set targets towards those policy actions and provide financing towards those policy proposals. So it's not enough for our governments to set policies without dedicating budgets to those policies, without dedicating budgets to those policies. So, and we want providing regulatory incentives. I'll give a typical example. When the government of India came up with the renewable energy policy, it also came up with the regulatory declaration that at least 40% of net lending within India must go to renewable energy. At least 40% of net lending within India has to go to renewable energy. And that alone was a key market factor that pushed India's renewable energy sector to great strides, to the extent that renewable energy companies that operate within India don't need to actually look at another market, because the Indian market is sufficient, because the enabling environment has been provided. So we need to be pushing our governments, we need to stop the conversation of policy and talk about policy actions, policy incentives, policy regulations. Some of the sources available financing access, available for financing energy access. What are some of those that are available? We do have the Sustainable Energy Fund of Africa, which is managed by the FDB. The good doctor here, I think, will talk about it a little bit more and how we can access that. We do have public-private partnerships. The advantage of these is they provide safety net through government security and government guarantees. We do have the debt for climate swaps. This basically means that if a country in sub-Saharan Africa owes another country or multilateral donor another multilateral financier money, then the debt forgiveness will be conditional upon redirecting that debt repayment towards renewable energy. You understand? So these are some of the available financial instruments. But we can also talk about domestic finance through green banks. Some of the countries in Africa have set up banks that are specifically targeting to finance green projects, including renewable energy. I didn't complete it, but I was typing hire purchase arrangements between individual private companies, whereby individual solar companies or renewable energy companies have payment plans based on hire purchase to end users. We can also talk about the pay-as-you-go system, which has been around for a long time. Of course, right now, I think it's peaking, but I think it has also proven a lot as a channel to increase energy access. before we look at the role of CSOs in catalyzing access to energy access finance, we need to first look at what are the barriers, because it is through understanding the barriers that you can well design your intervention approach. So the obvious barriers, the financial barriers, which is lack of access to capital. Most renewable energy technologies have much higher upfront costs and as well as investment costs. It is true that investing in renewable energy is basically an upfront investment, and a lot of it requires upfront payment and high capital costs. An average solar system for a typical middle-class home will probably require a minimum of around $10,000, and no one has that much. But then we need to have financial access for that. But when we talk about financial access, we cannot ignore talking about the cost of capital as one of the things that are still affecting financing in Africa. We do understand that most of the capital that we receive, even at end-use level and even at multilateral level, has passed through many institutions. So, for example, if a local bank in Kenya or Tanzania or in Rwanda is to give out loans, that loan has actually been borrowed from 3 or 4 other banks. So a microfinance will borrow from, let's say, Stanbic Bank, and then Stanbic has also borrowed from another bank in Europe, and also that bank in Europe has also borrowed from another big global bank. So, and each and every one of those banks has to charge interest. So there's a lot of middlemen along the chain, to the extent that by the time a local bank where a common person goes to borrow money to finance their business or their loan, has to pay a higher interest. For example, in Uganda, the interest rate is about 24%. But then if we eliminate the chain of middlemen, of middlemen financial institutions, that loan can actually end up being at about 15%, which is cheaper for the common person. So as WWF, we are strongly invested in efforts to see that we can access cheap capital. We are not asking for free capital. There's no free capital, but there's affordable capital out there where it doesn't have to pass through many financial institutions to reach the final end user, eliminating about 50% of the cost of interest. That will make loans affordable so that our people can be able to access cheaper loans for energy access and also for their renewable energy enterprises. The legal and institutional frameworks to support renewable investments are still inadequate. A lot of the institutions within Africa are still not strong enough in terms of regulation, in terms of legal framework to protect foreign investments in renewable energy projects. And these are some of these barriers are the barriers that countries in Southeast Asia have actually attempted to address. Insufficient flow and awareness of data on renewable energy sources, availability and technologies. I think that that has been well elaborated by my colleague from Gogla. I've talked about limited technical and institutional capacity in the public and private sectors to implement and manage renewable energy projects. So you find that because of weak human resource capacity, you find that an ongoing mini-grid project somewhere taking place in rural Uganda is actually being managed not by locals, but by expatriates who have come in to manage it because there's lack of local capacity. That makes the cost of the whole project high, leading to even higher tariffs at the end of the day to the end users. Limited awareness of the availability and business opportunities in renewable energy in the public domain, adequate standards and quality assurance for most renewable energy technologies. That one, I think we've had a discussion about it with our colleague from Gogla. Financing mechanisms to support investments in renewable energy projects and address affordability of consumers is still inadequate. Underdeveloped market. Our renewable energy markets are still underdeveloped. Like I said, having a huge population is not enough to really say that you will attract financing. That population has to be in a strong and developed market where people understand that energy goes beyond just lighting your home and charging your small phone, but you can actually use it for productive use purposes so that you're able to employ people who will also be able to pay for connections and also employ other people as well, and buy appliances in their home that will actually ensure that there is increased consumption of the electricity that an investor has generated. Inadequate attention to research and development, lack of focus on R&D, and this is a good thing that our professor here is going to look at in terms of how we can better develop renewable energy technologies at local level to be able to attract more funding and also minimize the cost. And there's a conversation about dumping and standards of imported products and all that. So the question is, why don't we produce these products locally? Aren't we the ones buying them anyway? If I buy a solar panel from China that is going to work for only 1 year, it is me who has bought it. I shouldn't buy it after all. I should figure out a way of producing it locally. But of course, the question is about the economics. Is it more economical buying it, producing it locally, or importing it? And if you produce this locally and it's more expensive, who is going to buy it? And finally, what role can CSOs play in unlocking the finance space for energy access? Like I mentioned earlier, we need to talk about targeted and specific policy reforms and actions. We cannot just talk about policy, but now we should be pushing our governments to take policy actions, because most of them already actually have renewable energy policies. What does it take to materialize the targets that many of our governments have set in delivering energy to populations that don't have it yet? They have to come up with regulatory arrangements. They have to free up the market. They have to provide incentives. They have to set up, to come up with legal frameworks that establish green banks or funds, renewable energy funds that are dedicated to innovators and enterprises in the renewable energy space. We need to advocate for open borders and transboundary renewable energy trade. It is still difficult to move products across Africa because of obvious trade barriers. So as CSOs, we need to really have conversation, develop policy briefs around having our governments make it easier to move and to trade renewable energy products across the region without having to incur other tariffs by moving a solar panel from Uganda to Rwanda or from Nairobi to Tanzania. To have a free market, a free flow of trade or renewable energy trade in the region, it will attract more investments in the region, because investors realize that if they import solar panels into Kenya, they can easily move them to another country without incurring sub-import tariffs again from the Uganda Revenue Authority. Market studies with value chain approach to demonstrate business opportunities and gaps across the renewable energy chain. As it was important for you to really clearly elaborate the key market gaps across the renewable energy chain and be able to communicate this to the private sector, to communicate this to the government, so that governments also, when they are coming up with regulations, they know exactly where to design and to target these regulatory flexibilities around. Support governments to design incentive structures at national and subnational levels to create enabling environment for renewable energy investments. It is important for us to, and this is a discussion that we had with our colleague from Google, that we can't look at the energy industry in isolation, because energy is an enabler. So it's important to create synergies and elaborate the nexus between energy and other industries or other sectors. Most of the time at CSOs, when you talk about lobbying and advocating for energy access, we run to the Ministry of Energy, because it's understandable, it's really the main ministry. But how about we start running to the Ministry of Agriculture, so that agriculture ministries can also dedicate part of their budgets to ensuring that every farmer has a solar-powered pump, that every fish trader or every fisherman has a cold storage, or every vegetable farmer has access to a cold storage room, so that they can minimize post-harvest losses and be able to actually sell their goods, their agricultural produce, at better prices, because they won't be struggling to find market for avoidance of minimizing damage. The Ministry of Trade, what role can other ministries like the Ministry of Trade and Agriculture play in enabling access to energy? can the Ministry of Trade provide certain waivers or certain incentives in terms of licenses and permits, specifically to companies or businesses that are going to use renewable energy, or SMEs that are delivering clean energy to communities? They also need to come into place. So we need to, as CSOs, we need to bring these different industries within our economies into one room to identify the complementary synergies that they can play. Thank you. That's the end of my presentation. That's our motto as WWF, together possible. Thank you.
Thank you so much, James. As building up from yesterday, we see that we can't work in isolation. We are happy to have those in the private sector, those who run businesses and innovations in the room. So we can see how we can work together, even with the CSOs, and the role we have to play. And it's quite a wide role. And we have also seen that we need to work together in the different sectors. Each organization has its strengths. We need to put the strengths together and work together to build our continent, so that we don't complain and keep saying we are being failed by others, whereas we have the ability to come up with the solutions from here. So, James, questions are coming up, so be ready.
Thank you, James. I think I just wanted to know from your side, are you doing any, have you done any studies? My concern is around us tracking the trends and developments within the renewable energy sector. And when you talk of microfinance institutions and even access to finance, have you done any studies? Because my worry is, over the years, it's been difficult to really track, to see, are we progressing or we are still on one place? And looking at your recommendations, this is what we have been, building around over the years. But are we seeing any change? Is there any progress? Let's talk 10 years previously to now. And also looking at how countries in Africa are starting to embrace renewable energy. Is there change, especially within that space of those financing institutions? And also it will be on their capacity to exist in the long term, and are they able to retain, to be able to survive, especially looking at the environment that they're existing in, where you have issues with policies, where you have regulatory frameworks that are not really good. So I think it also relates, to the productive uses, where we are also missing out a lot of data on the productive uses of energy in the African region. So it would be great to hear what you guys are doing, what you have done. Are you tracking the trends? What are you finding? So that we can have informed decisions around this.
Yeah, thank you, James, for your presentation. My question is, there is insufficient information on the legal framework of how the government regulates the renewable energy sector, especially if you want to import or purchase the renewable energy equipment or technologies. How do we empower maybe the CSOs or the private sector to know this? Because this information is usually held by the people in the energy sector, especially the experts, and it's really scant to the public or the mass population. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For me, I'm looking at the aspect of financing, and I'll pick from an example. We have what we call the constituency development funds. I don't know in other countries, maybe in Uganda, Kenya, you also have those funds. So, and I think, for example, in our situation, so far, they are pushing for a percentage like 20% to go towards the water sector from the constituency development funds. And when look at the local councils, the municipalities, they're the custodians of those funds. And that is directly, those funds that directly benefit the local people. So I'm looking at it at the aspect whereby why can't we, in our countries, we push for a certain percentage to go towards, from the CDF, constituency development funds, to go towards the energy for productive use. I think that would make a huge impact to the local people and also creating more other opportunities. So when you look at the situation itself, I think this is how the government also could look at it and address these issues in terms of to show that they are providing leadership and the efforts to ensure that the local people, the energy is specifically for productive use, and it benefits the intended beneficiaries, and that can also attract the private sector investments, because most of the times we always look from the outside in terms of the financing, but we also have existing funds from government which we could utilize to show certain percentage to go towards specifically on energy for productive use at the local level through the local councils or municipalities. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you can tackle those as we wait for the next lot.
Thank you. So the lady asked a question about whether we are tracking the trends, especially on renewable energy microfinance. So prior to engaging the MFIs that we are currently working with, we conducted a scoping study to basically understand the picture, the baseline of the state of renewable energy microfinance among the microfinance industry or community. And we realized that at least 30% of these microfinance institutions have actually, that's how we've been able to basically get a picture. But also, in the interventions we wanted to understand the current state of deployment. Specifically in the case of Tanzania, most of the MFIs had actually already received the training or capacity building in developing renewable energy products. But the challenge with them was deployment. They didn't have a clue of how to actually start rolling out, the products in the market. And that's how we're able to come up with a program to design a toolkit for developing and deploying renewable energy products so that they can go beyond just receiving the training, but also be able to actually deploy these renewable energy. Because they told us that we have received a lot of trainings, but our challenge is still how do we now start rolling out these products. But overall, looking at the industry level, it's important for us to continually elaborate the opportunities that lie, especially for local financiers, the opportunities that lie within local renewable energy lending using within our local economies without necessarily relying on external capital, and that's an ongoing activity. The other question came from insufficient info on how government regulates the renewable energy sector, and I believe this is, personally, I believe this is, again, this goes back to the CSOs. You have to engage with your government officials to understand what legal frameworks, what existing legal regulatory frameworks or policy frameworks exist around renewable energy. Some of these, according to my experience, are actually lost in the detail of energy policies that talk about even fossil fuels and all that. So you have to really read these documents, find where they talk about green energy or renewable energy for those countries that don't have actually active renewable energy policies. So again, it is up to us, the CSOs, to really dig deep and engage these governments to understand what is their direction, do they have any policy pathways planned for renewable energy. But then also the other way you can look at it is to engage your legislators within your countries, because these are the ones, most of these legislators actually, because they are largely politicians, they sometimes they lack technical information concerning renewable energy, yet they are actually the ones who pass laws and pass acts and approve national policies and frameworks. So it's important to also engage the legislators, educate them bring them into meetings, educate them about the essence of renewable energy and why it's important to actually for them to enact laws and policies for the country that that allow for renewable energy to thrive. And my colleague from Zambia also mentioned about the government-inspired funds, for example, the Constitutional Development Fund. At least we also have that in Uganda, and I'm sure most governments do have it. And these are basically local capital mobilized towards local SMEs, right? Sometimes it is youth groups or women groups, and whether this can be directed towards energy access. And again, this goes back to our role as CSOs. It is way to push governments that, okay, if the government has announced a budget of, say, $40 million towards Constitutional Development Fund, it is way to lobby the governments to see that they should direct a certain percentage of that towards energy access. So again, that is really our role as CSOs. But of course, we have to do that with understanding, not just with advocating, but we have to provide technical information to demonstrate the gaps within the sector so that the government can make that directive with an informed decision and ensure, also demonstrate the impact it will make from the existing baseline to the after scenario. There were two other questions, I think.
Thank you very much. Just a little contribution just to support you on a few things that you have said. I want to suggest that any CSO interested in the renewable energy sector should actually go and read the law. Some of the things we are complaining here about actually exist. So many countries have put in place the legal framework, they have put in place the laws, but if you don't go to look for them, you will not know that they exist. So people should actually go and study them and look at them, see what exists in the renewable energy sector, and then try to exploit. The government cannot put on laws and then try to be exploiting the laws themselves. It's the citizens now to make use of those laws that have been created and go. Like somebody said, the have been empowered to do some things. So many people don't know. They just sit and then there's nobody who will come to you one day and say, this is a law here, this is a law, try to use this. No. If you are interested in that sector, look at what your government has put in place concerning it. And in so many African countries, all these laws exist. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Just this Prof has already reflected on the issue. I had two comments because I wanted you to reflect on the, I think on the point where the slide you were talking about challenges or something, the second but last slide, it was, you talked about limited awareness of the availability, benefits and opportunities of renewable energy within the public domain. So I wanted you to reflect further on that, looking at the fact that also I think the two colleagues, the Zambian colleague and the Prof have talked about something, and then maybe you had maybe some additional points on why this is the case. And also I didn't see in your presentation a reflection on the funding arrangements under the UNFCCC towards renewable energy. Thank you.
Yeah, as he responds, I think let me address his question. So the issue about awareness basically focuses on productive use of energy, because most people actually are not aware that they can actually use solar energy or any other kind of renewable energy to power, productive use appliances. The majority of people actually think it's about lighting and using a TV and all that in the home. So when you look at productive use, there's still inadequate awareness that someone can actually power a whole health center, or they can power a cold storage for their farm produce using renewable energy. But also there's information asymmetry concerning the cost vis-a-vis the application, and this is basically technical information that the private sector has to provide. Recently, I was on social media, Twitter, and someone was posting of how they can actually buy a solar system of I think it was about $500 to power their house. And I told them that's not possible. It is possible, but that cost is not realistic. To power a house with a fridge, with all these middle-class appliances, you need up to about $10,000. And someone was saying that you can go to this person and he'll give you a solar system of $500 and it will power your whole house. So there's awareness in terms of understanding of what the potential and application of renewable energy technology, and this requires consumer education. And it goes back to the fact that that is why there's been market failures within the industry, because people think that you can just go and buy any solar system and put it on your roof and then plug in whatever appliances you want for as many hours you want, and then you'll have energy. So there's also need to raise awareness to educate the users on how actually solar applies and where it can apply depending on the load. We all know that the cost, for the private sector that is here, we know that the cost really of the solar system depends a lot on the load that was going to put on the system itself. So it's not just saying that you can buy a panel and put on your roof, and so there's that lack of information and awareness among the users, and also concerning productive use potential of renewable energy. That's where the awareness is still lacking. The other you talked about, where I've not talked about the UNFCCC, the carbon or maybe the climate finance mechanisms that also can provide financing for renewable energy. Those are also options available. We have the carbon finance, carbon CDM, and maybe in the forest, or for those that are focused on biomass, there's RED Plus. Those are also opportunities that can be exploited from raising resources from the carbon markets or under the UNFCCC mechanisms.
Okay. My question is concerning about it's known that there are a number of funds, green funds, especially from development partners, which are directed to the green enterprises. My question is, to what extent are you assisting the local entrepreneurs that are dealing with the green technologies to access these funds in terms of proposal writing and also accessing these funds, also concerning the information and also on how to respond to the call for fund offer proposals?
Thank you. I would like to ask a question because I had this idea when you were explaining. So about the youth's ideas, most of the time when they tend to go to the microfinance and access to finance, they find it very difficult for them to getting that support. And in terms to contribute to the potential for growth and as well as scalability, how those microfinance and access to finance, they are open up to the ideas from the new startups, and here I mean the renewable energy ideas from the young people. That's the question.
Go ahead, James.
Yes, he asked about to what extent are we supporting green entrepreneurs in responding to call for proposals and business plans. So what we do as WWF, we are largely facilitators. So we identify partners that provide direct support to entrepreneurs, and then connect the entrepreneurs to those partners. We ourselves will not get involved in developing your business plan or supporting you in that, but our partner can do that. To give an example, we are currently working with a partner called Nithio. Nithio is a renewable energy financing mechanism company that basically aggregates investments from big investors and directs it towards small financial institutions like MFIs. Like I mentioned earlier, they provide investment readiness support, or they connect the MFIs to investments. All those that are not ready for investments, they help up with actually setting up their business plan and ensuring that they are able to receive investments. So we are currently working with associations of private sector associations in Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania, and Madagascar as well, and we are connecting them to such partners that can specifically support them in developing, in improving their business concepts and developing business plans as well. So we will be happy. Please get in touch with us, and we'll be able to make that connection to a partner that can support you in that. And then also Bahati asked whether whether these MFIs are open to youth-oriented enterprises, green enterprises, and my answer to that is yes, as long as you have a strong business plan. The issue is really a business, because a finance is looking at how you're going to pay back. That's all they're looking at, and whether your business make profit. So if you demonstrate that, then to the MFI, then they should have no reason to turn you down. But I do understand the challenges. It's not that obvious accessing financing in sub-Saharan Africa. They are definitely the devil's in the details. I do understand that. But the starting point is really for you to have your strong business plan ready.
Thank you so much, James. We really appreciate the information. You can continue engaging. Let's give him a clap. Thank you so much. We are going to take a tea break now. It's 11. And please be back here by 11:25 for an 11:30 start. So let's just go downstairs, have our tea, and we continue this exciting and interesting conversation. So be back at 11:25 for a 11:30 start. Thank you. Oh, guys are okay. You don't want to take some tea.
To resume in the next 30 seconds, if everyone can take their seat. After coffee, we expect that the energy in the room should be really high. So I'm very surprised that it doesn't seem to be the case. So maybe we'll just rise up again. Let's just stand on our feet and stretch a little. Get back into the mood of the session. If there are any tight muscles, try to squeeze them and release them. Should be giving yoga lessons at some point. Let's just stand on our feet. It will be very helpful for a few seconds. People are buried in their phones. Some are buried in their laptops. All right, just stay where you are. And turn around and see the person directly behind you without moving your feet. Turn around and see the person directly behind you without moving your feet. Just do that. And look at them. And do the same from the other side. Yes, just make sure they are doing the exercise. All right, let's start. So what we are going to do, we are just going to stand. Just keep your feet a little wide. And let's stand behind and be sure the person behind you is also turning around. Let's go to the left first. And then we come back. And let's go to the right. And we come back. All right, we can sit down now. So the conversation so far has really focused on problems. There's been so much talk about everything that's wrong with energy access and on the continent. A lot more about what is wrong. And I think analyzing the problem is a very useful part of the exercise. And we're going to continue doing that, but we're going to zoom in on something else this time. We're going to try to see whether we can find the money. And what's the problem to find the money to drive renewable energy uptake and accelerate investments on the continent. And to that, we're going to have a panel of people who will speak to specific things. But we wanted to start off with what's possible on the continent. Technology is going to be at the heart of renewable energy investments. Like I said yesterday, the sun is not a resource until you apply the technology to it. The wind has been blowing across Africa for as far back as anyone can remember. But it's never been wind energy until you apply turbines and you bring turbines into the equation. It's the same thing with the sun. It's the same thing with water, whether for hydroelectricity or for green hydrogen, which is increasingly popular on the continent. And the talk has been, where is that technology? Is it coming from abroad? Yes, most of it is coming from abroad so far. The discussion about energy transition on the continent, for some people, is a marketplace where they want to sell their technology. And it seems that unless there's a paradigm shift in the way Africa positions itself vis-a-vis the technology, it's going to be a loss for the continent. Others would take advantage of the so-called potential that we have, and we may lose out, just as we lost out for most of our countries on fossil fuels. So let's start with the presentation that looks at what's possible. What can we do in Africa? And we're looking at the example of the Renewable Energy Laboratory at the University of Chang. And Professor Julius Atanka has been very gracious to come and share with us some of his work and the work that he's doing with his students. And Prof, I really want that your presentation zooms in on those practical things that you have been able to do, and if possible, show us how these things are working in your communities. But if you have a few seconds, also try to tell us what needs to change to make your work move away from the lab into the communities or into the markets. And once you're done, I will invite a panel and we'll have a conversation around some of the issues you may have raised or some of the issues that are still pending. Thank you.
Okay.
In 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Coordinator, for giving me the floor. I want to first of all say that I'm so happy to be given this opportunity to talk to you people this morning. And the title of my presentation is there, as you have seen. As you have heard, I have 10 minutes, so fasten up your seatbelts, and we have to run very, very fast on the essentials. So I had a presentation for 20 minutes, but since it's 10 minutes, I had no time to remove whatever. So what we do is we do research in the laboratory and we solve practical problems outside. We don't go behind ideologies. We are not a religious group. We don't support any. We just report it as it is. It might come in conflict with some of your ideologies, but please forgive us because we are just doing scientific research, helping people and publishing. We don't align behind any realities. That is my presentation plan of the project I had to show to you some of the wind potentials in Cameroon, because our problem came when we wanted to solve problems in Cameroon. Some scenarios concerning that presentation of the laboratories and then some of the prototypes that we have done and the impact that they have had with people. Now, the energy crisis in Cameroon or in Africa, we find that there are aging plants. The plants are aging every day, and increased population and seasonal fluctuation of the volume of rivers is increasing this. No improvement. Electrified areas experience erratic power supply. Poor road state affects the distribution of petroleum products. You cannot get gas to a place where there are no routes, and you can have some people living 50 kilometers away from a good route. Heavy transmission losses in Cameroon and Africa average is about 30%. Poor quality power supply, low voltage every time. And Cameroon is located in a very good position, and from its location you can already know that it has very good potentials of of renewable energy, both biomass, hydroelectricity, and so on. It's the second hydro potential in Africa, second only to the DR, Republic of Congo. Hydro potential estimated as that 115 gigawatt hour per year. Estimated potential is estimated at 297 terawatt a year, and which means that Cameroon alone can supply 42% of Africa's energy needs. If we go to other countries, you see maybe similar scenarios or even something better. Yet in Africa, we are living in darkness. Electricity demand in Africa today is 700 terawatt hours. 95% in Cameroon is from hydroelectricity. Hydro potential estimated as that. Only 3% is currently exploited. There's high potential from biomass, has been estimated as 1 gigawatt hour. Majority of Cameroonians use biomass for cooking. Estimate for national access to clean cooking is only 23%, and biomass constitutes almost 70% of the country's energy. Sunshine, 3,491 hours. Estimates show that Cameroon is capable of producing almost 2,327 terawatt of electricity per year, with good irradiance, very good solar radiation per day, per year, and so many microgrids provided. Wind energy sector, not well known. Primary studies shows it can be utilized in the littoral and so many places. However, some micro wind turbines have been successfully installed by the Renewable Energy Laboratory, as we are going to see. Cameroon government embarked on biofuels, which are quite a controversy, has embarked in several instances, indicated willingness to embark on elaborate biofuel program. This became necessary when the prices skyrocketed. However, as usual, many African countries show spontaneous, sporadic interest, and this usually dies down when the factors causing this die down. So we have often, this means the developing and acquisition of materials that use biofuels. So many people have attempted biofuels, but if you don't develop the materials, the machines, you might be stuck when there are nobody to come and buy the biofuel. The interest in biofuels has remained in political speeches with no action on the ground, just as many African countries. Cameroon is blessed with so many oil crops. Some plant species commonly found commercially for biodiesel in production, like countries like India, Korea, Burkina Faso, Mali are abundantly found in the country. So it was based on this. We have castor oil, soya bean, and others. It was based on this that we developed the interest to work on this and to take the country out of some of these major problems. The importance for energy for well-being of man cannot be overemphasized. Earlier speakers said man needs energy for cooking, heating, lighting, shaving, and so on. Energy is supplied mostly in electricity, as electricity from carbon, petroleum, and natural gas, and these conventional sources account for 80%. Problems with these energies is that the supply is affected and control. Supply and prices are controlled by world politics, not by the normal forces of demand and supply. It's just enough for somebody to stand up today and say, I declare war on this country, and then the prices of petroleum products rise. This means the global warming, we are looking on 3.5% increase degree rise in temperature. So by 2100, this will mean the disappearance of so many coastal cities around the world. To move from 0 degrees, to move from ice to water is just 1 degree. So if all the ice is frozen, you know that so many cities around the world below sea level will disappear. The cost of exploitation is on the rise, not too wise to have everybody connected on one grid, and I'm happy the bank is here represented, many routes and so on. The carbon technologies can produce cleaner energies to mitigate CO2. Therefore, renewable energies and the advantages, as we have been saying, they are cleaner, available, inexhaustible, if sustainably harnessed, environmentally friendly, mitigate global warming, relatively cheaper on the long run, easy access for everybody. So let us look at some of our activities in our lab with a few prototypes. Don't worry, the next will be very, very pictorial. So we developed our laboratory with the aim of carrying out research to bring out practical solutions to some of the problems faced by Cameroonians. Practical problems. Answering some of the questions you have been asking since we came here. Not talking about looking for investment from abroad, looking for technologies from abroad to come and work here. Develop and test prototypes to respond to the various needs by industry. And then we run so many programs and also evaluate, perform standard tests on energy efficiency tools to certify them, test manufactured solar energy equipment to find out their suitability in the Cameroonian environment, and operate technology clinics that receives and proposes solutions to clean energy processes. The laboratory has collaborators in different places. Instance, the Danish Wind Historical Society in Denmark. We work on blade aerodynamics to make it possible for wind turbine to respond to the low wind speed in Cameroon, because people come from abroad and say there's no wind, you people cannot go into wind, but we can, as we have seen. We have also developed, I don't know what is happening with the display, but we have during the COVID we developed some products that you could sit here and command your farm in South Africa using your cell phone by commanding electrovans to open, to give feed to animals, to clean the environment, and to send you an SMS back when the work was done. And this prototype is using solar energy, and it has been published. It was necessary when during COVID, we were told that you have to make sure you don't go to and mix with animals and so on. Then we rapidly go to the next prototype. That is still it. We have also developed wind turbines from 0.5 kilowatt to 7 kilowatt, micro hydro systems, biogas digesters, solar thermal and electrical systems, identification of local biofuel feedstock for to be used, and so on. Then those are some of the pictures of our installations of wind turbines. We have gone up to 20 kilowatts, and they are actually functioning and saving people. We actually build the generators ourselves. Our problem is that if you have to import and install, somebody talked about maintenance. It's a serious problem with solar systems. In a town like Yaoundé in Cameroon, you take just 6 months, and after that, solar lamps are no longer shining. Environmental problem, dust, so many things make them. So people install, and then after some time, they are not working. In Kenya, we visited 100 kilowatt plant in the university, and I noticed that only 10 kilowatt was giving, but nobody knew. I later on went to the UN center, 100 kilowatt and 100 kilowatt was giving. Maintenance, serious maintenance problem. So we work on all types of blade aerodynamics, and we actually produce projects that are lighting up small villages with some of this. We are going fast. Is it going? Maybe you can forward it, send me. As I said, the next few slides are just pictorial. So those are some of our actions. Next slide. Yes, installation in different villages, field installations. Next. Okay. All right. Now, this is a video. Perhaps due to time, I'll play it during question section. Then we are also working on LED, that is low energy consuming power system. But unfortunately, we have never made much progress, but people have actually made installations with this. When you don't have enough solar, you need something that is very, very energy efficient, that does not consume much. We also have solar refrigeration units, because we found out that so many women die during childbirth. Some of them are, they have health units 50 kilometers away from the national grid. And vaccines have to be stored only 50 kilometers away. So how do you really solve this, this energy scenario? We worked on this and we are able to have 0 degrees. Some vaccines were stored on it, but it remained at the prototype level. We also have solar dryers for women to dry their produce in the various farms. And we distributed them to so many communities. These are still solar dryers. There you can see the difference between pepper dried in the solar dryer and the one dried out of the dryer. The cabbage dried in the solar dryer and the one dried using the normal condition. And some people have been able to set up small and medium scale industries with these results to dry and package foods for sale, because we say in Africa post-harvest losses are about 30%, which is a serious concern. So again, you see in Cameroon, people like to dry on the highway because, I mean, when you dry on the highway, you have birds, animals that come and feed on it. You have, I mean, vehicles that pass and those hydrocarbons directly on the product. So solar dryers were very, very important. We also have solar water heating systems. There you have the Israeli ambassador who visited our lab sometime. We have solar water heating system. We can see some in the hotel here, and made with local materials. We also have solar energy powered intensive fish cultivation units where you can sit at home. If you don't have water, you circulate water through a lot of filters, biorock filter, aquatic weeds, and so on. And it's the same water that is used to grow fish to maturity. Now, again, the biofuel that has been a bone of contention. I will not talk about it now. I will talk about it when the time comes. But so many grains in the wild, and that is biodiesel produced in the middle of nowhere. You see, this is castor oil growing in Taiwan. That is castor oil here growing in Addis Ababa, and this one is in Chang, in front of my door. Nobody planted it. But if you look at the economics of castor oil, this is a castor oil plant in Kenya. Again, you see ornamental plants, the University of Buea, just growing, and they are just so wild, heavily. There is a lot, and we investigated and found a lot of oil on that tree. So much oil that nobody could believe, but they just grew and fall around. This was the Italian ambassador when he visited our lab to listen to the news that we had on castor oil. And if you look at volumes of castor oil from major countries to the world, from India, you see almost 500,000 tons, giving about 5. And in 2011, you see India had about $5 million, because when you take that and multiply by $5 million. Castor oil is a nuisance in my village. They cut it away. I mean, you grow your farm, it comes up everywhere. People are making millions out of it, out of Africa, but Africans, we just cut and throw away. You see, that is the trouble. So now we also have biodiesel produced from insects, and it's a very successful story. You just catch a male and a female and you groom them inside a small place, and then after that they lay about 1,000 eggs, and in the next 2 weeks the eggs hatch, and you can
have a lot of crude fat from it. The crude fat can be converted to biodiesel, and that biodiesel can help you run your generator. Very, very feasible. These are some of the procedures involved. We pass through very rapidly. Some people continue to criticize that biodiesel or biofuels we should not. But personally, I think that's the only sustainable source for us in Africa. We have solar steel. Solar steels purify water. You even take water from the toilet and put inside a solar steel. It can give you 3 liters. This model can give you 3 liters of pure water every day. Which means if you are in a place like where there's cholera or like where there's anything, you can, using solar energy, you have 3 liters of pure distilled water. Distilled water is too pure to drink. It is too clean because it does not even have mineral elements and so on. That is it again with our students. We have biomass stoves, various types. We also have these heavy duty biomass stoves that you can cook, bake, and heat water. A stove like this can produce all the hot water requirements in this hotel. We burn some very little wood, and you can bake at the same time, cook and heat. So those are some of them. We have equally dryers using solar energy and so on. Running fast biomass dryers, barbecue sets. This is a rocket stove, biogas. So many biogas units that are there. I will be running very fast because I know Mr. Moderator is getting uncomfortable. These are some of the projects that we did. Biogas, various types. This for a public toilet somewhere in Douala, and the designs. And you can look at, for instance, in a village, how the work is done, and then gas field there, look at the gas, how it is coming out, and it's clean and everything. Gas production of 9.48 cubic meters a day, payback period is 16 months, and the digester substituted 32.85 tons of wood per year, which a community college was already cutting. So when you do a biogas digester, that's the type of impact you expect. And cutting wood and trees, you find that we have solar cookers, development of solar cookers for home use, solar energy powered incubators with us drawing all the programs that are controlling it. Producer gas plants to run the engine with firewood or charcoal. So conclusions, Africa is plagued with a lot of energy-related problems that affect the health, economics, and educational sectors. There are abundant resources in all communities that can solve the problems while mitigating global warming. All African countries should develop sustainable technologies for harnessing the abundant resources for proper energy access. This can continue while negotiations for climate justice are taking place. And the energy sector alone can employ all African youths, especially those involved in biofuel production. Thank you very much. When we start discussions, perhaps I will flash some few movies. Mr. Moderator, I hope I'm not a very stubborn speaker. So thank you very much.
I think it was so interesting that I lost track of time. But thank you for setting that scene for us. Now let's find out, why isn't there money to scale up things like this? I think that's the conversation we want to have now. That's the crux of the conversation. Why don't we have money? Where can we get it from? How can we get that money? Let me start that conversation with, again, by problematizing the issue, and I want to invite Thomas back. He spoke yesterday, so I want to invite him back to the floor to explain to us what, in his view and in the light of the work that you do, what's standing in the way of finding the money to make this kind of work possible and to accelerate renewable energy uptake generally speaking, across the continent and improve access. Is it a question of affordability of the finance? Is it the technical capacity to attract the finance? What exactly do you think is the problem? If you don't mind, Thomas, to move forward and speak to the room from the front. All right, Thomas, please, you have the floor.
Yep, now I think it's on. Thank you so much, Eugene. Thank you so much for the panelists. Thank you so much for the team, the CSOs. When we talk about innovation, it's a very interesting thing. We have to talk about how to think outside the box. We need to, I don't like to talk about money because I think, personally, I think there is a lot of money on the ground. The issue is, how do we access the money? Is it affordable? And do we have technical and bankable proposals? Are we innovative enough? And more important to me, how big do we think? What do I mean by how big do we think? Every small innovation starts with, every big innovation starts with a small baby step in your backyard. And I know there are many, many people, maybe reaching them is a problem, maybe not a problem, if your innovations are very turnkey innovation. We have to look at it that everything we have in the market today started small, but maybe the people who are behind the products really think big. When you think of, for example, now with respect to renewable energy, we have roughly 600 to 700 million Africans without renewable energy. For me, that's already a very big potential for a very small entrepreneur to come up with a very interesting turnkey renewable energy technology which can transform the whole of the space. I give you a very good example because when we talk, you think that it is something impossible. I give you a very good example with myself. In the 1990s, there was no mobile phone. I remember the first mobile phone I saw in my life in Sweden was this big. This one. And you had to walk with carry it in a car and remove the telephone like this and talk hello. It was a big thing. I could see people in Sweden moving around with it like this and talking. That was in 1993. And the rest is history. And that is how Nokia made their money, and Ericsson, 2 companies, and Motorola, 3. Because this was Motorola, the big one. Nokia sat. The next generation after this got smaller. I remember when I was a young boy in Sweden, I queued the whole night to buy the first mobile phone, which was this size. The whole night. And you can't walk with this. You need a coat like this to hide it. But now the mobile phone is so small that you don't even need to carry it. You put something in your ear and you just walk. And you can see how Ericsson and Nokia made billions by simply thinking how to reduce this size. Now all of you have laptops. Does anybody know the size of a computer 30, 40 years ago? I see you're figuring out something. So it shows you the kind of opportunities which are there, how we really have to think inside the box and really think very, very big. So the key issue here is you have to think innovative, you have to think about affordability, and you have to think about durability. I also hear many people in the room talking about Western ideas, we want African ideas. Nobody stops you from inventing our own African, which we can use, because the reality is very grim. On the ground, it's about affordability and durability. Nobody really cares where your product comes from. Yes or no? Yeah. So if we as Africans don't like Dell or Apple, why don't we have our own laptop, which is half the price of Apple, cheap enough, and then Apple will not come to Africa. They will just stay in America, and we have our own. Remember, we are 1.2 for lighting, but we look at power for employment. And that is something that we have to put in when we are looking for finance. We can put that as a bankable proposal. Every proposal you have to show the business side of it. And then it will be easier for you to collaborate with somebody who has the money. I was privileged enough to meet one lady who financed M-Pesa in Kenya. She told me somebody walked in my office and told me about the M-Pesa. I saw the potential, and I gave that person, I think it was a man or a woman, I don't remember, some small petty cash to go and try it. And then Vodacom came and walked away with it. Now we all know how big M-Pesa is, not only in Kenya, but Africa and Europe. Yeah.
Now, Thomas, let me allow you to sit down while I invite Dr. Olufonsho to join the conversation. And I want you to bring the perspective from a development bank. In Africa, most of our development investments, the source of the finance are our development banks, whether it's the Africa Development Bank or the World Bank or other similar institutions. If you can share with us some of the major programs at the AFDB that are intended to finance, especially renewable energy, and specifically across sub-Saharan Africa, because when you look at the map, it doesn't seem that South Africa and Northern Africa really have this problem that we're describing here. What's happening at the bank?
Great, thank you. Thanks again for having me. I think in the interest of time, it's good to put some context to the question. So the first is to recognize that in some countries, there's a huge investment coming from the public sector into energy, because that is like their policy goal. We want to provide energy. Energy is an enabler. We rather focus more on energy on our side, and then let the private sector who are going to be using the energy, let them pay the government for it. And it works. And that is the model in North Africa. And these countries have been able to invest in energy investment program over the last 50 years. And they do have up to anything between 85 to 95% energy access in these regions. However, when you come down to sub-Saharan Africa, it's a different story. So what we do at the bank is, the starting point is to understand what is the policy framework in the country. You can never do anything outside the environment of that country, even if you have billions and trillions of dollars. It starts first with the goal, with the leadership, with the framework. That's one. Number two, if we also think that there's a chance for us to partner with that country or to operate in that country by helping them scale up some of the good work that they are doing, then that offers us, an opportunity to do that quickly. So I'll say, look, we are able to provide the capital that is almost, I don't want to say free, but extremely cheap, that you can use to do things that private people cannot do. So when you think about geothermal, there is a cost involved in drilling in order to be able to get access to the steam. Private sector won't finance that. So the government needs to do that. And government itself, because it's very risky, you can invest in multiple wells. And as a matter of fact, some people may not know this. One single well could be up to $10 million. What if you don't find anything in that well? So you have to invest in multiple wells. And the capital that must be able to do that must be extremely cheap, if not free. And that, then when you get some steam, then you are able to bring in private sector. Why am I giving this context? It's very important to understand that you have to customize financial solutions based on the energy type or source in the country. So from geothermal to hydro, from wind to solar, so you need to customize that. Number two, it's also important to know that while the bank can finance some programs directly, in some cases we can create a facility for others to manage who are able to do what we call deregulated energy investment. So for us right now, we tend to do big ticket projects. And the figure that my colleague gave in the morning, and he said $25 billion is needed annually over the next 20 years, thereabout. Now, right now, we are doing $10 to $15 billion, depending on the year. And so there's a gap. Those kind of investment can come in form of a program, long-term, sustainable, and predictable financing. So in the Sahel region, covering 11 countries, we're doing one of the largest solar programs. Many of you know the largest wind farm in sub-Saharan Africa is in Kenya, Lake Turkana wind project, 310 megawatts. That was also the bank leveraging on its partnership with others to be able to do it. So there are projects that we can finance directly, but there are opportunities for us to create a partnership model where what the person needs may be very, just a little bit about $1 million. Because for us, the minimum ticket size would be anything $30 million. And so it's an approach that we tend to tell people. How many people here, is anyone here from Uganda? So there's Ugandan Development Bank. So they can do investment in renewable energy at the rate of, at a ticket size of $500,000. We cannot do that. So what do? We put, over time, we have put over $100 million in Ugandan Development Bank to be able to finance very micro, small type of project that many civil societies and private sector can apply to. So just to be able to do that, not all our financing are going directly into project finance. In some cases, we put money in facilities that are able to do small things on the ground.
And I think that is interesting because that was going to be my follow-up question. And in this room, we have business sector actors, and some of them are actually not even at the level of small and medium size. They could be micro entrepreneurs, given the size of their operations, and wondering what's the entry point for them. But what you've described perhaps is some beginning of a response to that problem. But do you think the fact that small businesses can't access finance because of the sizes that banks like yours deal with could be a potential problem?
Good. I'd like to emphasize something, and please, I want to beg you, listen to me. Money does not exist in a vacuum. Money is not a free-hanging thing. Money is nested within an overarching engagement policy ecosystem of a country. Look, this year I had the privilege to be at Stanford and Harvard. A lot of this innovation that Prof had said here, there are people within the universities whose job is to take this innovation, commercialize them, and take them forward. They're not talking. So the commercial banks or the development banks are not even involved at that level. So there's a business case, there's a business opportunity where you have venture capital funds, angel investors, when you have family foundations, where you have access to capital market, philanthropic capital, and their job is to build financial envelope, like a program, just to be able to take this from the idea stage or to the feasibility stage to business and a market level. And that is something you don't hear a lot in Africa. And I think we need to rethink our model completely, because all of this conversation is always about what are the DFIs doing, what is the private sector doing. The private sector is not an homogeneous entity. Private sector is not one single person. It's very diverse, very diversified as well, and operates at different levels. So what I think is very important is how do we make a business case out to an individual, to a group of people, to cooperatives, to be able to see that this is what investing in at our local level. That is something that I think we should be able to look at. And that comes down to ability to be able to not just design, but to understand the market part of it. So you don't just become an engineer and stop at the level of design. You become a business person. Now, let me say this to Jean, and many of you may have heard it. We have something very interesting in the world that we live in today. Those who have projects, very good projects, will tell you we cannot find money. And those who have money will tell you we cannot find projects. And these people are living in the same environment. The reason is that the language of money is different. For Prof, I can show you that it can work. But for an investor, have you tested it in the market? Have you collected revenue? Is there a demand for it? And that level is different when we say bankable. So what he will call bankable is a proof of concept that it can work. Now for an investor, a bankable is you have tested it, you've run it in the market, you have series of operations around it. I'm looking at money that I need for it to go scale. Do you understand that? So it's very important to be able to say, at what point do we need to facilitate this demand side of money and the supply side of money? And that is something that is very local. So money, again, money, we just haven't learned the language of money. And I'm hoping that particularly our CSOs can really understand what that takes. And somebody said this, and it's true. A lot of the policies that were pushed in Europe in the early days of the industrialization, it took a small group of business people or even civil society to use their own resources to test it, to say, look, it can work. Can we have it supported? So that I just want to put out there.
No, thank you very much. I think that's very useful. And what I'm hearing is that the entrepreneurs and the innovators also have their own work to do beyond the ideas that they're generating. And that includes being able to pitch properly, but that also includes being able to find the types of investors that are interested in the work they're doing and pitch those ideas to them. We all look to the same World Bank, African Development Bank, or our own national government when perhaps the money could be lying somewhere else, and we're not looking wide enough, and we're not doing enough work to demonstrate that our idea is a transformational idea. I think that's a very useful lesson to get out of that conversation here. I'm going to ask you a few more questions, but before I do that, let me bring in another perspective. The conversation around energy access often limits itself, and we are victims of that as well as perpetrators of that as well, in that we tend to think more and more in terms of supply, the supply side of energy, the availability of the energy, the affordability of the energy, and so on and so forth. But there's also the consumer side of the discussion, which is about energy efficiency. And most of the conversation about energy efficiency makes more sense in urban settings. And I want to bring someone who works more in the urban setting to tell us what role, just by properly designing our cities and making them smarter, we can improve energy access in urban settings. Sometimes not by even making any changes to the energy supply in the city. Very Shaba is joining us from South Africa. Very, thanks for joining us. Your smile is as radiant as always. Please share your thoughts with us, and if there are any questions from the room, please hang around so that you can respond to them. Now, if you could hold on for a second, we're going to figure out why we can't hear you. I'm sure we already know by now what we need to do to be able to hear you. If we have lost the lessons from yesterday, that would be very catastrophic. Just hold on, Vera. We can barely hear you. We can't hear you at all. So I know you can hear me.
Oh, you can hear me. I'm unable to hear the room. So Eugene, you're unmuted, but yes. Okay, perfect.
Yes.
So can you hear me now?
Now I can hear you. Everyone can hear you. Please go ahead.
All right, thank you. So first of all, I'm smiling because I think this conversation is so liberating because we're sitting together and trying to understand this conversation that's been running on for so long. So I'm an engineer and I've been fortunate to travel to 22 countries across Africa to talk about energy efficiency, to talk about energy demand. And right now we have people. So if we think about improving energy access for urban centers through design and technology, I think three things are important. So I loved how, the previous speakers built a context, but I think we need to understand the first thing, and that is that the profile of urban centers in Africa are still colonial. So most of the centers, most of the urban areas built during the colonial times. And in that time, it wasn't about integration of energy systems and, ensuring economic prosperity. A lot of our urban centers across the continent still have the legacy of colonial design. So what that means is that the infrastructure was not built with the urbanization rate that is currently happening. So for instance, in 2021, Gabon had the highest urbanization rate in Africa, and 90% of the population was going to urban areas. In colonial times, that was not a consideration because they weren't built with that in mind. So I think that what we know for certain is that energy infrastructure was built with a timeline of about 50 to 60 years before there's decommissioning. And so this energy supply is always like fixed at a certain rate in terms of energy infrastructure, but then the demand is increasing at a rate that's not proportional to that. So based off that context from an urban design and just like being, observant as Africans of what the colonial remnants of the cities are, I'd say that similar to the even developing the policies that we speak about, we need to actually get data. So we need to have what is called long-term energy scenarios. And in that, we actually say, what is the urbanization rate? What is the supply? What is the use that people are using? And that sometimes doesn't happen. So we create these policies, but where's the data? And also who owns the data? So I think there's this whole data policies, what comes first? And I think that because energy supply is so quantitative, that is something that I would recommend from an engineering perspective and something that policy needs to support engineers, because we speak like this and all this technical jargon, but there has to be that link and integration, because again, we need to remember when we look back at the history of Africa, integration would mean that there would be prosperity of the locals and the indigenous people. So integration is something that they stopped. And then I think the second thing is just to also note capacity. I think it was Thomas who said this, but in sub-Saharan Africa, we have a deficit of 2 million engineers. So who is actually going to solve the problem? And I think that another question as well is, when will African universities actually update the curriculum? Because when I was studying engineering, and this was 12 years ago, I do not remember even hearing about the energy problems in Africa. So I think, when are we going to start? I loved the previous speaker as well from African Development Bank, who said that we need to learn the language, but I think we need to learn the language and also start to innovate and change the language if it's not working for Africa. So it's a bit of a philosophical thing, but really need to get more engineers so that we can solve this problem. We don't have enough. I'm not even speak about it. We need blended finances. We need sustainable finance. We need to reevaluate how we evaluate credit risk, especially for those who are unbanked. And then exactly what you said, Eugene. For now, there is that energy demand nexus. We need to be able to focus on energy efficiency because that will not only help economically, but that will also just help to stabilize the infrastructure as much as we can. And the last thing that I just want to note, because I haven't heard it, but this is probably just from this session, is that in urban centers, there is the urban poor. There are 460 million people on the continent who live below the poverty line of 1.9 US dollars. How are they getting energy access? So in how we do data, policies, capacity building of engineers, finance, energy efficiency, we cannot leave them behind. We need to constantly integrate and understand that when we talk about urban centers, we're talking about those in urban poverty and slums, those who are homeless, and also those who might be living above the poverty line. So there's lots of thoughts around this, Eugene, but I think it goes back to data, it goes back to policies, and it goes back to the realization that our urban cities are a mix of colonial design and design that happened after independence for the countries across the continent. So I think we need to just start changing a lot of the way that we're thinking about it. So that's my contribution, just my reflections on your question.
Thank you very much. And I think what I'm hearing from you is that we need to rethink the way we build our cities. And it's interesting that we actually aren't going to be building the cities for today's challenges. We actually are supposed to be building the cities of the future, because the bulk of the challenges exist in the future. As populations grow, the use of energy also changes. More people are putting air conditioning at homes. The current trajectory, if global warming stays on track, it means that there's going to be a huge need for cooling on the continent, not only refrigeration, but even household cooling, with temperatures expected to double the global average. So there's quite a lot of challenges in terms of energy use and how we use energy in the future. I want to move the discussion to a second round of questions and asking what the role for collaboration could be. We're all here. Did you want to say something quickly to what I said? I can see you speak to yourself. Where is our tech team? Can we give Ver...
Hello, Eugene. I wish to say something.
Yes, who's speaking?
I don't know.
Who's speaking? Can you just introduce yourself? Just a second. Let's hear. Who's speaking, please? Can you go ahead?
I wish to give a contribution into the conversation.
Yes, could you just tell us who you are and go ahead and say what you want to say? All right. If it's not possible right away, just bear with us. In the next 10 minutes or so, we're going to open the conversation to everyone else, so you can come back at that time. But Very, you had something to say. If we could hear that quickly, and we could move the conversation forward. All right, I think it's a technical problem. It can't be me. I'm speaking as loud as I possibly can. So let's continue discussing in here while they figure that out. I'm saying we are all here different kinds of stakeholders. There is a researcher and an innovator. There is a development financier. There are people involved in advocacy and some extent of research. And we come into this conversation from different angles. What's the room for collaboration? And let me start with you. I have to check my notes now for the name. Let me do as I would probably do if I was in Nigeria. I'll shorten your name, Olu. Yes. Let me start with you. What are the avenues for collaboration with the actors that we have here that exist at the bank to advance some of these issues that we're discussing with WRI, with WWF, with PACJA, with AXIA, and with the small businesses that we have here?
Good. And I've got 2 points. The first point actually came to me while we were listening. I was listening in this morning. And I want to reach out to WWF and WRI. Please help us create a database of all funding sources for renewable energy in Africa. A database, like a very practical one, that can tell you that this is the ticket size. If you need $50,000, this is who to go to. Perhaps this is their requirement. And that can be web-based, and you can collect information about that. Because we need to, for lack of better word, we need to proliferate these actors beyond the traditional one. When you ask most people, they just tell you World Bank, AFDB, and I'm like, no, look, we're too high up there to do transactions together. There are multiple middle levels, intermediaries that we are supporting that are much closer to you, that they can turn around quickly in responding to you, and they can do the ticket size that you need. And in addition, they can also handhold you through the process of, that use. It's very important to be able to have that one special, comprehensive database or web-based platform where we have all of these kind of information. That is the first one. The second one is, and I'm going to say this, look, it's one thing for us to be who we are, CSO, private sector, but we live in a global financial system. And this global financial system, unfortunately, is wired in a certain way. There's a language of money that is spoken, and we need to learn that. So as we do a lot of those trainings around what is renewable energy assets, what is that, the use, productive use, let's also have training on practical financial management. What do you mean by cost-benefit analysis? What do you mean by capital flow? What do you mean by debt? What do you mean by equity? At what point do you take debt? At what point do you do equity? What do you mean by market analysis? All of those things, let's not assume that everybody gets it. And by doing that, through that training and knowledge work, we're able to create a space for partnership. I'll keep it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Professor Tanka, let me ask you the same question, but I'm going to change it slightly. What kinds of partnerships are needed to get your products from the lab to the market? I did ask you once, and I think we had that conversation very briefly. Why aren't businesses investing in your work? Why aren't you doing this work in collaboration with people who understand the language that he's talking about, that you don't necessarily need to understand, but who can take that product out of the lab to the market? Why is that not happening? Where is the problem? If that is the problem anyway.
Thank you very much for your question. I can say that our products are actually going to the market. If you visit our website, you will see that many of those, but the only problem is that they are only being built by us. Again, and a generation of students that we are training. Students are taking it to various communities, but I think the scale is very low. As you have rightly said, maybe they are not getting, they are getting, but very slow.
What kind of partnerships do you need? For example, to get it from the lab to the factory and then to the market?
We need partnerships that come directly to the rural world. Like the bank, I think the bank doesn't even listen to anybody who is not government. I'm not sure the bank can even come down to the private sector. I know how UN and all these people work. They always refer you to your government. It's the government who comes and does things. I don't know whether I'm right or wrong, but I think the bank talks to the government.
Let him just finish. I'll let you.
Yes.
I did ask him that question as well, and he doesn't.
Yeah, we have a few. We have a few.
Okay.
We have a few. Biodigesters and so on. So our own approach has been that while this big talk is going on around, we think of that poor woman who dies during childbirth in a remote village just because there is no electricity around. What can the community do to provide electricity? We have done a lot of micro hydro schemes in the West.
a few in the northwest before the war came and so on. So we have small villages that are using electricity from micro hydro scheme, and it is saving a whole village. Now, scaling it is to other levels is a bit difficult for us. Perhaps we can pass through councils now that have been liberated in Cameroon and so on. But it is not easy. It's not
Thank you very
easy.
much. And Prof, what I'm hearing, and I think that's a fundamental problem that has been raised in other words, is that you're only thinking the solution. And you in your mind, that's where your role starts and ends. And what we are understanding now is that there's a whole ecosystem out there. You're not the only actor, and that the impact of your work actually depends on decisions by other people, that you alone are not sufficient to solve the problem. You have the solution, but you alone cannot deploy the solution. Let me put it that way.
Yes.
But I think that's something we can come back to in further conversation. I want to turn to Thomas, who I see is sitting on the edge of his seat, to quickly come in. But while you're reacting to what has been said, give us your thoughts about how we can bridge that gap. It seems that the actors are not only the bankers and the innovators and the entrepreneurs, but the CSOs also have a role. In fact, we are here thanks to the actions of CSOs. How do we bridge the gap? Because we are all talking apparently different languages.
Thank you, Eugene, for the opportunity. The CSOs will bridge that gap by putting pressure on the government. That's it, period. I'll give you a very good example.
And the bank.
No. We are not at the bank level. The bank is self-explanatory. They operate at this level, $1 billion. So, Professor and other people need $50,000, $100,000 going below, right? So, the question is, who is going to provide this fund? I'll give you a very good example of Sweden, where I was privileged enough to sit with the people designing the whole framework, how that thing works. The government puts in special money for that. Sweden believes that out of 15 or 20 innovations, maybe 8 will go to the next level, and one of them will turn really big. And you don't know it is which one of the 20. So that means when you go to look for money from a private investor or bank, he will not give you money because he wants profit. So he will give money to the short list of the 2 or 3 who already have a very strong potential for being big and have shown that they have succeeded in Kigali and can succeed in Nairobi, Kampala, and Dar es Salaam and Abuja. Then he comes with his $1 billion and tells you, we try you with $2 million, let's go to Abuja. That's how it works.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And so that's telling us perhaps that we need to invite the government to this conversation the next time we meet. It's going to be very critical. And especially because you said something that almost passed without notice, that you act based on the needs of your clients, who are the governments. If the government is not making a certain demand from you, it's very difficult for you as the African Development Bank to try to provide the direction. The direction, the salvo is actually shot by the government. And I think that relationship is important in understanding where we're going.
So
we want to bring
Eugene, I was not done, just one point. For the Kenyans, if you would ask me, I would put the Hustler Fund to do that, if you would ask me.
The Hustler Fund?
Yes. In Kenya, we have a Hustler Fund where the president wants to distribute to people selling bananas and mangoes on the street. So if you would ask me, I would tell him to go to the innovators.
So Hustler Fund in Kenya can help relieve all this. It sounds almost comical, but I think it's a brilliant idea. I want to invite everyone else into the conversation. But before we do that, Vera, I know you're back. I can see you react to the conversation in the room, which means you can hear us. Urban planners and urban designers must also work with different stakeholders, the entrepreneurs, the researchers, the innovators, the financiers. Often what we see is that the decisions on where cities go doesn't only depend on you designers of those cities. There's a lot of people who are part of that decision. How can we strengthen the collaboration between all of these actors so that we at least are moving in the same direction, even if at different speeds?
So there actually are a few comments this side which I think were under it. So there's David who had said that if we want to get a solution to this problem that you're just speaking about, local solutions must be invented. And we need to ask ourselves, where are we? Where should we be? And find out our own roadmap to that solution. And I think that answers the question around just with urban designers, because they are working in a context where there's an existing system, and how do you redesign a system that wasn't built with systems thinking in mind? So energy systems, water systems, food systems, waste and material systems that are urban cities. That's what an urban node should be. So there's a lot of almost undoing, knowing that with a building, you don't just demolish it and start from scratch. We don't have the capital for that. That doesn't even make sense. We don't even have enough building stock for the people who are in urban areas. So it's almost trying to figure out how to integrate that. And I think it is about CSOs. So that's another comment that came here as well, to say that CSOs are on the ground. They know exactly where the gaps are. They can put the pressure where it needs to happen. Because exactly like what Thomas said, the banks are at a certain level, but it's CSOs coming together collectively and breaking all these silos that exist for us to be able to redesign existing urban centers to be able to meet this energy demand. So there's lots of thoughts. So this conversation has been good. And also some good chats as well coming into the Zoom at the moment.
Thank you very much. Hang on if you can. In the next 30 minutes, we should be done. But let me bring the rest of the room into the conversation. But let's start with our community online. We've been forgetting them. I saw Henry raise his hand. Henry, if you're still there and you can hear me, this is an opportunity for you to make a comment or ask a question to our panel here and out there.
Thank you very much.
Oh, there you are.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Eugene.
Thank you, Henry. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to comment on the urban situation. But most importantly, also within the urban area is the informal communities, the urban informal community, and access to energy has been a serious challenge, considering some realities that are existing. The informal community within the urban space are considered as well, not legitimate when it comes to energy access, even though in other activities like elections and political situations, they are considered as legitimate residents. But however, it has been challenged when it comes to access to electricity. And these are culminated to the fact that access to electricity has been illegal for most households. In other words, they go through illegal means, and that has a lot of negative challenge. But energy has been very pivotal in terms of the livelihood of these informal household or informal settlements. Like for us in Freetown, about 16.5% have access to energy, and with about 82.5% tenants. Also, there has been some politics in terms of access with those that are landowners or those that are owning houses, and compared to those that are tenants. So those that are tenants are being exploited in terms of energy access. But as you say, collaboration has been key. The role of private sectors, the role of community-based organization in order to complement the work that government is doing. Even though solar electrification has been expensive and challenging, and most of these urban access, the cost of electricity within these informal settlements, but also solar energy has a great role in terms of helping or supporting these informal communities towards having access to energy. So it is a major challenge, like with the private sector, training community individuals, empowering individuals, local communities within this environment can also help. There's a group of young women coming together, so like who have been empowered by donor institutions, the private sector, building and capacity, get skills in terms of energy electrification, also help in terms of reducing the cost of accessing energy, because payment to electricians to come and install is very expensive. So collaboration involving the right stakeholder is very paramount. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Henry. I think your input was more of an addition to the conversation that we're having here. But I heard you refer to informal settlements in urban centers over and over. And I think there are specific challenges in those areas. And we're going to see how, in the conversation, how we breach energy access challenges in those segments of our population. But let's take one or two more from the floor here in the room. And once we have done that, we can be able to return to our panel to say a few words and see how much time we have for another round of questions. Let's start with Anne.
Thank you so much, panelists, for the presentations. When Thomas mentioned about the Hustler Fund, I was just reminded about the number of funds we have in Kenya. We have the Wezo Fund, we have the Youth Fund, Women Fund. The national government is also putting some funds on climate change, around $500 million Kenyan shillings. And as we speak, the county governments have also allocated some funds on climate change, actually like 2% of the development fund. So I think we have enough funds. We just need to take this conversation from here to the legislators, just for them to understand these energy needs, energy access, so that when they're making decisions, I mean, they invest in the renewable energy sector, because I'm sure if they are aware, they knew about this conversation, they would make decisions otherwise. So I think there's need to take this conversation from here to now the legislators, both at the national and the subnational level.
Thank you very much. Next here. And then we'll end here for the first round. And then we'll see if we have more people this way.
Good afternoon. My name is Paul Ayalo. I work for Fairtrade Africa. My question is, I just need to understand the perspective when you come to the issue of the carbon financing. Is it actually a feasible tool to be able to finance energy access within Africa?
Okay, that's quite direct. The lady in white.
Good afternoon. I'm Prudence Lihabi. And I'll just want to spark the conversation more, because we have the finances and we are not utilizing them as we are supposed to. And we have the technologies, we have the ideas out there. If you go to the science fairs, when you're graduating your degree, you have a project, the masters and all that. But how are we going to transfer these technologies now from the idea level to something that you can be able to scale it up to solve the problems that we have? Because it's not like we don't have the ideas, it's not like we don't have the money, but now how are we going to bring this out so that we solve the problems that we have?
Yep, I think that's the question we're struggling with Prof. So let me perhaps start with you again and see whether we can break that shell.
For that question, what I would say is that you always need to start from the rural world, as I said. Because in the rural world, you don't need so much investment. If you go to a village and you succeed in a small energy project, a very small energy project, interconnecting people and doing that, you can have something, because if you want to apply for a grant or apply for some of these innovations grants, you need something concrete on the ground. If you don't have, it is difficult. And my experience shows that when you work in a little village, in a small community, those are things we have done. We have done a big biogas plant that is powering a small generator, and people are benefiting from it, and we have injected it into some project that our partners are getting a lot of interest. But if you just move with some theory and you have written it very well, it becomes a bit difficult for somebody to be convinced. That is my own idea. I may be wrong, but I think we can always go and start that little. Then I'll end by saying that we are now doing a zero, we have been campaigning for a zero carbon village. A zero carbon village, either PACJA should come and sponsor, I don't know, the bank or somewhere. Let us get to some little village. It could be Tanzania, Kenya, it could be Kigali, it could be somewhere, where all these technologies that we have are making people live this comfortable life with air conditioner, but with no extra carbon sent to the environment. Where we can have maybe 8 hectares of biofuels, 8 hectares of and we are producing electricity, wind turbines, locally made wind turbines, to first of all prove that these technologies are feasible and that people can use that to live in an isolated enclave without any problem, where even the vehicle that you are driving there is using locally made fuel. That is our own idea, and we are going towards it. At the university, we have something that we have started up, and it's coming up gradually. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, there was, from Henry, a lot of discussion about informal settlements and how we breach the energy access issues in that sector. Before we come back to the gentleman in here, let me go back online to Vera and hear her thoughts about those issues. And Vera, if you can, as you speak, you may also want to start winding down your thoughts, your main takeaways, because we may not have the opportunity to come back to you.
All right, thank you for that. I'm unable to start my video, but I'll just proceed just to answer about the question about the technology. So from an urban scale, I think the greatest challenge is that we don't own the intellectual property of the technology. And then when something is created, in order for one to scale it, they need capital. And in order for them to get capital, sometimes we get stuck in a commercial battle where we end up losing the intellectual property. There was a company in, okay, there you go. I can stop my video. I just wanted to say there was a company in South Africa that was producing solar panels. And as soon as that happened, they were crowded out. So everyone would now undercut the costs because the costs of labor, the costs of materials, the cost of not owning the intellectual property had an impact. So I think that we need to find a way, and this is also me putting out questions, and hopefully we'll be able to solve it, to be able to own our intellectual property when it comes to technology solutions that work. And I also want to just support the professor with the net zero carbon villages. The Green Building Councils will be happy to support. I think there's a lot of examples that can come from that. So just to wind down my conversation, or to wind down my thoughts, is really, we do need to start rethinking how we're designing our buildings and our cities, and rethinking how we can also ensure that informal settlements and rural areas do have energy access, not just urban centers. Eugene, I also wanted to say there's someone whose hand is up. Eliud, his hand is up, but that's just my comment from this side.
Thank you. I can see
there's a lot
that.
more to say, but another.
Thank you very much. I can see that. If we have a second, we'll get to Eliud, whose hand is up. But let me hear from Olu here and then from Thomas.
Great. Thank you. A brilliant conversation. Thank you, every one of you. I think the questions about translating ideas into markets is something we're trying to think about the possibility in a very practical form. Let me say this, and I'm going to be very honest with you. Our universities are almost structured like a grant-based, learning institute that depends on the government or individuals or even the students to pay up for whatever costs there are. We haven't maximized the opportunity of our university becoming business centers, playing a critical role in the industrialization agenda of any community or any country. Look, when you get to, many of you, I don't know how many of you are aware of the history of the American cities. About 300, 400 years ago, what America did was basically, in every major town, city, have a knowledge center, which eventually years later became university, whether college or whether in one area of comparative advantage, and then just put your ideas in there so that the research or the work done there was forming the industry there. So it's very important that whatever you can produce, you don't have to do 10 things. If it is one, it is done to a point that the industries around are able to uptake that knowledge or that technology and make it into business. And then you get royalty for that, and you're able to expand. There's a place of grant, and I think I agree with him. In many countries, in a normal country, there should be a small, what they call small grant services under the government that's available for you to be able to scale it up. But it doesn't end there. You must get to the level of commercialization. Otherwise, 10 years down the line, we're going to keep talking about this. And what I think is very important is to appreciate the role that universities can play through research for industry in building that, translating those ideas. Carbon finance is very important. It's a way to go, and I think things are changing within the climate agenda. But you see, carbon finance does not come before you do the work. Carbon finance comes after you have demonstrated and you have shown the emission reduction. So then you need another form of capital to be able to get the project started. Then as a performance-based mechanism, then you can come and sell the emission reduction, the certified ones, in the market as additional source of revenue, or gives you the opportunity to expand. My last word is this. Look, we need to think out of the box around money. And coming from a banker, you may not like this. We just need to teach ourselves money, the language of it, because there's a whole system around it. And this system is not based on free giving. It's not based on grant. It's based on value for value, value-based transaction. And we must be able to ask ourselves, in this marketplace of life, what do we bring to the market? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thomas?
I think it's almost said everything I wanted. About
almost,
carbon,
so there's still...
About carbon, I really like what you said. I would put it this way, that before we think of taking the World Cup, we have to think of forming good, strong football teams on the ground and invest for 10 years. Carbon financing and all those financing we are talking about, the minimum you're talking is millions of dollars. And you cannot start thinking about millions of dollars if you can still not be able to push your innovation to make it bankable, to make it attractive for people to see it. I like what Anne said about the Hustler Fund and the small funds we have in Kenya. If you would ask me, I would put the funds together or put them separately. And for us to be able to access the carbon funding, for us to be able to talk with my brother here about $1 million, for example, is that that fund should be able to be given out in $10,000, $5,000, and we make a short list of about 50 turnkey projects, which now Kenya or Tanzania, wherever country, can put on the table that this is what we think will take us to Canaan. And that is now what we start selling to potential investors. Otherwise, me as Thomas running around trying to sell one solar panel or one charcoal stove, that this will change the lives of 10,000 people in Kisumu, it won't work. It will not work.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And just before I finish, if you look at the model of, sorry again, European or America, just the way you say it, all those big economies, Sweden, Denmark, Finland, they are run with about 40, 50 companies, big companies. Ericsson, Volvo, Scania, Saab, you see. So they're just 50, at most 100. And instead of putting the hustler fund to give it to people selling bananas, nobody likes to be a hawker. And the people who are hawking are educated. So why don't you put this big and have a factory manufacturing solar panels and absorb all the hawkers to go there and work and earn more?
Thank you very much. I think it got really political at the end. I was a little scared. Yes, I agree with you as well. I don't buy the idea of microfinance, microfund, all these micro things that are selling to Africa. It's not going to take us anywhere. But thank you guys very much for your insights, for the wonderful ideas you have shared here this afternoon. I'm sure there's been some transformation, at least at the level of our minds, as we retire from this conversation. But one of the things I think we want to take home is that, one, the money is there. It's hanging somewhere. We just need to have the right capacities to be able to attract that money. We need to think big. I think that is what I'm hearing from the last comment. But we also have to build strategic partnerships amongst ourselves to be able to scale the work that we're doing. We started on time. There's no reason not to end on time. So I want to thank you very much for collaborating. If there are any other questions, we can have them in our informal round the table discussions. There were some very heated discussions around coffee, around the dinner table, around lunch tables. Let's continue having those conversations in those spaces. And Ver, thank you very much for joining us and for staying to the end. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much, Eugene, for that very, very exciting session. So we're going to take a 1 hour lunch break, and then we'll come back. We have had so much. We are going to come back and see how we can move forward. What actions are we going to take as different stakeholders in this area? So 1 hour lunch break. Let us meet at 1:55 for a 2 p.m. start, so that we can discuss. We are not just here to sit. We will now interact amongst ourselves and see what actions, what practical solutions are there into the issues that have been raised in terms of productive use of energy, finances, and what role we can play as different sectors, CSOs, which includes various community groups, which includes the private sector, which includes research institutions, and all the stakeholders that are represented here. So let's meet at 1:55 for a 2 p.m. start. Thank you.
So I believe all of us have same questions, but with different aspects or different inputs. So that's why I'm going to start with our outcome as our group, and then I'll let others continue. So the question one was all about what opportunities do we see that CSOs can take advantage of to influence government in integrated and inclusive energy planning in your respective countries. And be specific in terms of which opportunities, what are the opportunities about, and when are they happening. So the first point is that CSOs can be represented in government planning committees during the policy review and strategy development processes, budget planning and allocation, and tax allocation also. And also another opportunity that we see is for public participation and consultation when determining key energy metrics, such as setting new tariffs, not only on new tariffs, that goes on policies, that goes on standards, and so forth. And also another opportunity is having CSOs network to strengthen their voice and representation. Also sharing best practices with governments as a result of evidence-based research done by CSOs leading to capacity building work for government. This, we have, in our group discussion, we have identified that sometimes, not only sometimes, I mean always, we need research in the energy sector as well as in the CSO's field of work. But not only research, but we also need government to endorse the researches that are made so that the researches are of value, and then the researchers are also benefiting not only CSOs but also the government implementers. So if we can move next. Can someone move next? Okay. Then after the opportunities identified, the second question was, what specific action points can we undertake to overcome challenges identified and exploit opportunities? We saw that this question goes hand in hand with number 4, which is how do we move forward in terms of collaboration to address the challenges and the opportunities identified. So we combined the two, and one of the action points that we can undertake is to have a network of CSOs that governments can engage with on an ongoing basis. As we have mentioned above, that CSOs need to be consulted on each point from the review until the implementation. The other part is capacity development, and capacity development on key sector issues. That can also be another action point. And then there's strengthening the CSO sector, working groups on energy and climate change or climate mitigation. And this strengthening of the CSO sector working groups, we thought that it would be nice to have the sector working groups from the SCOs and also working hand in hand with the government technical institutions. Then there's also harnessing a broad policy system to consider cross-sectoral synergies. Another action would be evidencing research to generate a data ecosystem to ensure it communicates the changes and aspirations we want to drive. This goes under the research. There's also need for collaboration between government and SCOs and technical institutions. If we can move next. Yeah, and that's number 3. How can SCOs influence finance for energy access and productive use in SSA? So the SCOs can influence the enabling environment where financial flows can thrive, such as making renewable energy a priority leading sector. There's also involvement of subsidies or tax holidays for renewable energy investment. There's also interest rates towards renewable energy lending from financial institutions can be leveraged or can be reduced to something that is affordable by many. There's also technology demonstrations. There's also capacity building for SMEs for development of bankable projects, and negotiate with commercial banks. From the discussion, we saw that more SMEs lack capacity building to develop bankable projects. So that's one of the hindrances that makes more SMEs not accessing the available financing opportunities. So there's developing business cases for renewable energy investments. There's influence climate finance to benefit end users of energy who are the ones generating the credits. For example, influencing implementation of NDCs and so forth. Also, the final was CSOs to share information about the various financial support mechanisms available, because from the discussion we've seen that there are different financial support mechanisms that are available, but due to lack of awareness, most of the people are not aware of this, and that's why what hinders many SMEs to access this. From what I said before, the number 4 for us was combined with number 2, and I would like to ask any member of our group if I've skipped anything. Do you have a comment? Perfect. Thank you.
So, which group? Maybe if you have any comment or any question, you are still ready, but because all groups have to present, you just have worked on the same. Let us see where there are overlappings of ideas and where new ideas are emerging from any group, to see any differences or diversity of views, perspectives. Finally, on the way forward from the whole discussion. Which group is ready now? Hope. Group. Two. Okay. Then group 4 or group 5, not necessarily group 6.
Thank you so much. My name is Innocent. I work with Kakuma Ventures in Kenya. So, as we are waiting for our presentation, we were in a diverse team and we did our best to tackle all the questions, although we did not really have enough time to go deeper into details, but at least we hope that we did what we could do. As we are waiting for the presentation to pop up on screen, so for the first question that was on opportunities for ASO to take advantage to influence governance in integrated and inclusive energy planning in our countries, the first thing that we thought of was about lobbying government. And that is because we hope that through the government it's possible to put funding into the hand of women-led organization, youth-led organization, and SMEs. We also thought like as social societies, we can also be drafting recommendations for incentivizing and subsidizing local initiative. And at the same time, we can also draft frameworks for policymakers' consideration. For example, people in the parliament, they maybe don't know much about energy, but since we are in the sector, we can help them draft for their consideration and see if that's something that can be passed. We can also build trust with key stakeholders, and this is very important because the government needs to trust us. For example, if you have just a concept and you don't have a really tangible product in hand, without trust from your community, from the government, and from all the stakeholders, including financial institutions, then it's really very hard. And that's why we need to go into building that trust with key stakeholders. Next. I think this presentation will be shared, but I've already finished with the first slide. So I'm going now to the second slide. Yeah, this is the first slide. That's what I went through. So on the second question, we thought like some of the action points that needed to be undertaken. There is supporting incubators for homegrown ideas because, you know, people might have ideas, but it's really very hard for them to build a product that is ready to be taken to the market. And already that is a big challenge. So as much as we have incubators to support those homegrown ideas, then we can be one of the solution. And encouraging more synergies among innovators. Because, we are talking about innovators who are looking for $1,000. And you can't go and present yourself that they want $1,000. No one will give you that money because it's like money for you just to eat, but not to build something. But if we come together many, we can go and ask for 1 million, 5 million, 10 million. Apart from that, we also have a big idea. It's a challenging idea, actually, to set up an innovation hub. And that innovation hub can go at different stages, from regional, sub-regional, and so on. And that will help with coordinating effort and objectives so that at least we all go in one direction and speaking the same languages and to be strong in our ask or whatever that we can have. Forming national and regional chapters, that is key for the hubs to success. And working with blocks, because it's really very hard to work with single countries. But if you work, for example, with the EAC, it's easier to meet the secretariat and they can be able to speak to all the member states. And it really makes it easier, at least for us to engage with several stakeholders. And we should also have that courage to interact more with innovative funds. Let's take up the challenges and we really make our mind to just interacting with those innovation funds so that we can secure them. Apart from that, we also supporting local entrepreneurs because we have those local entrepreneurs, the startups, that they have ideas, but they don't know how they will get started. And they need really support, and we should think about all those people who are innovating, coming up with new ideas so that we can support them. Now, access and more productive use. For this one, it's really very important to raise awareness in our communities, and that will help us also to increase the user demand. And that awareness cannot wait too much for funding, but it can start from somewhere, just to engage with the local community. And also, we should work closely with local financial. Because, for example, if you have raised awareness in the community, and people in the community are starting to take up or engaging much into innovative ideas, then it's the time now to engage with the local financial institutions to tell them there's an opportunity to invest here so that they can have that appetite and start also looking into that sector. And also the budget allocation for building the capacity. That's also a key factor that we need to consider, and that should help into upskilling, testing, and failing, and research, incubation for women, youth, small enterprises, so that they have a laboratory where they can test their product and their ideas. The last one, here now it's all about think big, it's all about growth and scale. Because we tend to build small products for poor communities, and we tend to feel like these communities are not able to afford this product. But we have the opportunity, for example, in the Eastern African market, to not talk only about Rwanda alone, Uganda alone, but to speak about the region where we're talking about 200, 300 million people. And that really makes an impact. Even if you're going to sell a product for $3 for accessibility and affordability, then it's really very important to consider the millions of people that we have already. Those are millions of dollars that will meet also the demand of the funders. We should also work closely, again, this comes back with local financial institutions, and we should also allocate budgets to build more capacity so that people can understand from the grassroots what else they can do or explore with energy access. I welcome my team members to contribute from this input. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Which group? Group 5. We are not just going in order, to be fair. Group 5, where are you? with the representative from Group 5. Prof. Is it you or the Prof? You have to decide. No, just you can represent, because he was already.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Or you want me to present where you are standing? Okay, so the views are for the group, not for me. So I was just a facilitator. So if you have any questions, you go to my group members. They are in here. Otherwise, the first question was about what opportunities do you see that CSOs can take advantage of to influence the governance. So there were 5 points there. Of course, some of them were interacting. The first one, we said the existence of the parliamentary committees that deals with energy and other committees that we can take advantage of if we want to advance this issue. The existence of the small centralized projects in different countries. I think I heard in one of the presentations talking about even local finance institutions. So that one is also an opportunity which is related to point number 4 on financing institutions, availability. And then we also discussed the issue of NDCs, where we feel CSOs can also take advantage of, and also the energy crisis itself is an opportunity so that civil society can also be able to take advantage of and advance work on renewable energy. Next slide, please. So the second question was what specific action points. Sorry, I'm not going to elaborate so much because the two groups have already maybe made some points already clear. So we'll just go straight to some of the points that we raised. What specific action points can we undertake to overcome the challenges and also exploit the opportunities? So there were 4 points there. Elaboration on pilot projects, especially the civil society should be able to come up with pilot projects to demonstrate that they can do concrete actions as regard to this issue. And then the second one was CSOs should work with the multi-stakeholder platforms to deal with the energy governance issues, since the challenge multi-sectoral and including the financing institutions, they have to be part of the conversation. So that we don't create silos when we are actually working on this issue. The third one is CSOs should organize meetings with the parliamentarian. You remember we identified this as an opportunity. So what we want to see is CSOs working with these parliamentarians or the committees to deal with the issue at hand or in question. And finally, CSOs should work on good advocacy strategies so that they are able to reach out to different policymakers and development partners and so on and so forth. Next slide. How can CSOs influence finance for energy access and productive use in sub-Saharan Africa? We felt like I think we need we need to do advocacy at different levels. And one of them is to work with the diplomatic missions, including, of course, that we skipped there, the government bodies and others, financial institutions, so that we are able to advance the agenda and make sure that we work with them to influence on different elements as regarding funding, partnerships, across the board so that we can create bankable, others say fundable projects, so that we can also be able to demonstrate that we can do something and then we can attract funding. And then research and development, since we had Prof in our group, we're also able to discuss that issue. We need research and development so that we are able to create prototypes, we create projects, programs, and that can be able to attract funding. Finally, on the how do we move forward in terms of collaboration to address the challenges and opportunities, I think this was also one of the questions that was related to, I think, question number 2. We identified those 3 points, identifying key players in the energy sector, so that we can create multi-stakeholder platforms for sustained discussions on these issues. And also press conferences and do a lot of publicity so that we are able to enhance the understanding of different stakeholders on these issues, but also create those collaborations and platforms. Thank you on behalf of the group.
Thank you. So, group 3. Where is group 3? Yes. Did you share? No? While you are sharing, what about group 4? Did they share with you? Group 4? You share? So while group 4 is presenting, you can also connect their PowerPoint. While they are connecting their PowerPoints, points did you recognize is repeatedly coming out of the 3 groups? Just hands. Which point is coming across the 3 groups? In the room. Okay, 1.
Awareness and publicity.
Awareness and the publicity. Collaboration between the stakeholders, the sectors, and so on. Then, others? This is the same group. Sorry?
They say, what was the question? What was the question?
I think one of the points on the issues of NDCs, nationally determined contributions, I think these are coming out more prominent. And also the issue of engaging the parliamentary committees. I think this is also a good idea, which has come out more strong. The NDC issues, yes, they're part of our group. Yes.
Thank you. In fact, I was planning to come back to this question about the NDCs more specifically. So I was jotting down my questions, but I think now that he has brought it up, I'm curious to hear a bit of more specificity in terms of how and what exactly, what opportunity do we actually see in terms of the NDCs? Is it the review process, and what are the timelines, and how do you plan to engage with them? I think being a bit more concrete.
The NDCs are actually already submitted.
Exactly. So that's why I'm a bit curious to follow up. Where do we see then the opportunity? Because the second generation of NDCs has already been submitted by most of the countries, if not all.
Yes. Is it ready now? Okay. Yeah, yours is final, then group 3 will...
No, I'll probably just follow up on his question on NDCs.
Yes.
I think we would want a civil society to start following and evaluating progress. But then, of course, we can develop tools looking at what is already existing. But the process, the UNFCCC process is still a bit behind. The transparency frameworks, they are still developing the modalities on how to evaluate and how to measure, how to monitor progress. So you find that at that level affects us also as civil society to come up with the relevant tools, targeted tools to evaluate our NDCs. So as much as we are still behind with the transparency framework at the UNFCCC level, it's going to affect us.
Sorry, just continue. You done?
She has concluded.
Okay, thank you. That's very important. Then we'll just come back for the plenary discussion once the remaining groups do their presentation.
Thank you so much. This is group 3. We've been working on 4 questions, and yes, thank you so much. We are group 3, and then we've been working on 4 questions. And here the first questions was about the opportunities and what are those opportunities and what are they happening. So here we have tackled and talked about that we can utilize those existing through the NDPs existing with the government, and also we determined contribution and the green growth strategies. So on the AU agenda, so the civil society already has a window to start developing the position paper. And this position paper is going to influence the specific decision and energy access during the AU summit. So heading to the second question, so here are the challenges, how the civil society is going to tackle those challenges. So the first one, we are going to build the capacity building. Capacity building is really the key. And also we are going to advocating those interventions to influence those strategies. Also, we will be able to establish a well-coordinated approach to address a strong management, and there the civil society will have to take that collaboration is a key. So once we collaborate, we will have also the strong management. So heading to the last one, so we need to address implementation issues, because we still have all those challenges, so we need to address them. But also, we have the budgets aside, but those budget is not there like that. We need to allocate them in order to make sure that the plan is really executed. Heading to the third one, so we have the civil society in terms of the finance for the energy access. There, the civil society needs to create platforms. So the platform, we could say an online platform, or even any other platform that would really, and this platform is going to be for those available existing financing opportunities around the energy access. And also, we cannot leave out the region coordination. We need to strengthen the regional coordination and cooperate in order to increase the regional investment. So heading to the last question, so how do we move forward in terms of collaboration? So basically, I would rather jump to the second point and say that we already have the Africa Coalition for Sustainable Energy Access. So there then, because we already have them already in place, let's strengthen it and make sure that we expand that already in place. So the last point will be, there is to establish a permanent stakeholder forum. We create them, and this regional forum is to address all those energy access issues that are there. Thank you so much. This was the group 3. Thank you.
Yes, we will just come back for question, discussion, just once we are done with. Okay, small question. What do you mean by that Africa Coalition Forum? While Group 4 is coming to the front.
What was the question?
What do you mean by that African Coalition Forum?
Okay, maybe we answer that at once. Can we proceed?
I moved to the back because I was catching up on some work and emails, so I wasn't paying attention. What we meant was if there are already coalitions of CSOs that are working to promote energy access, we should strengthen those and expand them. That is, bring in more members on board. And we were thinking particularly of coalitions like the Africa Coalition for Sustainable Energy and Access and similar ones that exist. Is that clear enough?
Okay. So this is Group 4, and hope we have saved the best for the last. And these are the members. Just to emphasize that the views in there are not necessarily mine alone. On the first area of discussion, or the first question, which is around opportunities, these are the ones we managed to identify. The first one is available public planning, policy development, budgeting, and policy review and monitoring processes that we have, which we can utilize to promote accountability, but also channel our policy review suggestions as CSOs, as the private sector. Still under that, we have, for example, some countries have CSO participation and representation opportunities in a range of sector working groups and many other avenues. We were also saying that, for example, in Uganda at the National Planning Authority, the extended board has representation from civil society and I guess from the private sector. So how are we using those opportunities? Available opportunities also in terms of working groups through which we can utilize to influence energy governance and maybe more specifically renewable energy. Then we have elaborate public participation policies and frameworks, and if not in all our countries, where we can channel our views. Good relation and vibrant media. This, in summary, is to promote partnership with the media and civil society as an opportunity through which we can influence energy governance in our countries or at the continent generally. Then lack of awareness also as an opportunity on renewable energy technologies through which CSOs and the other players can utilize. Next slide. Then on actions, specific actions for the challenges that we have been discussing for days, we have public sensitization as one clear one that has come through. Then secondly, application of innovation on renewable energy technologies. I think the earlier groups have already discussed the element of innovation and how we can support it and promote it, including promoting it to the public sector. Then promoting accountability and transparency in the energy sector as one particular action. Policy advocacy in the energy sector. Probably we need to do policy gap analysis and then come up with policy advocacy actions that can even lead to policy review or reviews in relation to the energy and the renewable energy subsector. Then fundraising for actions, and here we talked about joint resource mobilization, especially with the CSO private sector collaboration. This is how we said we can influence financing. Number one, through advocating for more targeted allocation of resources to the energy sector, targeting the public resources or the budget processes that we have in our countries. Then we also more specifically said we can work through legislators for more allocation in the energy sector. In Uganda, we have the parliamentary forum, I think, on renewable energy or on energy generally. So, which is not necessarily the formal constitutional parliamentary committee of parliament, but where parliamentarians meet and discuss outside the formal parliamentary processes, where they draw the agenda, where they draw strategies to influence the general agenda, and where they invite stakeholders like civil society to give them views that they can sell to the general parliament or through committees. So we can utilize such forum. Then participating in the national and subnational government planning and budgeting processes. I think this happens across in all our countries. So we can tap into those processes of planning and budgeting, which involve stakeholders, including civil society and the private sector. Then lastly, under collaboration, we talked about establishment and implementation of the energy coordination frameworks at the national and sub-county, and county level. In Kenya, you have the county governments. In Uganda, from national, we go to districts. So, but we can use both the national and subnational levels. And here we are talking about the private sector, the civil society coordination platforms that we already have, but maybe we need to energize them the more and give them clearer agenda. Then establishment of CSO private sector working groups, particularly to bring together civil society and the private sector. Before we go to engage, for example, the public sector, the government, what do we share? Maybe we also have innovations that we want to promote or co-promote as civil society and private sector. These are platforms we can use. Then capacity building of the energy coordination working groups. I've already said this. Some of these working groups need to be re-energized, need to be probably restructured, and be made more meaningful and more influential. So those are the ideas we came up with as Group 4. But if you have the tough questions, I already presented the list of the group members. Direct them to those people. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, the online, both the online as well as maybe others can also reflect. Can you give priority to the online? Okay. Kevin?
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I believe most of the points that we are going to share have been shared by other groups. And
It's gone?
Recording in progress.
Oh. Kevin? Not around. So until Kevin will rejoin, let's go to maybe the plenary. Do you have any reflection or any just comment plus anything to add that you think is missing from the whole discussion? Yes.
So thanks. I think first is to commend the groups for the excellent work that they have done in terms of articulating all these things. The first question I had was actually on the NDCs. I like what Tracy mentioned in terms of transparency in the implementation of the NDCs. I think, of course, applying the lens of energy in as far as the financing and implementation, I think it's a conditional side of the nationally determined contribution I think the team was alluding to, which I think is quite spot on. So that's number one. Number two, I think it would be also helpful to hear a bit of, again, more specific opportunities that you identify for influencing. I kind of felt like it was a bit general. So for example, in terms of policy influencing. So the question I kept asking myself is, if we were to go to the case of Rwanda, for example, policy influencing can be a bit general. Is there any specific opportunity that we actually identify in the case of Rwanda, for example, or in the case of Tanzania, in the case of Uganda, that we can be able to say, in the next 1 year, we know there's a process that is happening in the country. That becomes an immediate entry point that then we can be able to say, from a finance point of view, this is opportunity that is going on that we think we can be in a position to influence. Because then I think the coalition, the whole idea about coalition building, strengthening the teams in the country, I think would then only be meaningful if then they're actually contributing towards a specific opportunity that we have identified. So, I mean, and the reason why I'm raising this question is because I see the need for continued conversation with all of us to be able to concretize a bit of few opportunities we can be able to say, in the next 1 year, this is actually what we want to track, and we'd actually want to say then, at the end of the 1 year, we are looking at these outcomes 1, 2, 3 as a result of our interventions. The number 3, I guess it's somebody who was presenting towards the end. The gentleman from Uganda was at group 4. I think the groups were not in any order. Yes, him. And so he was speaking about the example of engagement at national and sub-national level. Your name is Paul. Okay. Thanks, Paul. So the question I was asking, so the example you gave reminded me of the process, for example, in Kenya with the county energy planning process. And so that took me to know what I was thinking about. Can we be a bit specific in that kind of an opportunity, identifying those opportunities? We say in Kenya, there is the development of the county energy plans, which we see as opportunities for us to actually be in a position to influence the development of the subnational energy plans. Now, I think those ones become a bit more clear in terms of seeing that opportunity and how we can be able to actually ride on the opportunity. And then finally, I think two things that were coming out, cutting across: advocacy, awareness creation, and capacity building. I love those. I think, again, we'll need to flesh out a bit more. So when we speak about capacity building, I think it can be very wide. So if we can be able to also get a bit more granular, what specific areas would they be helpful for CSOs in terms of building the capacity? So that then we can be able to even come up with a capacity enhancement sort of a plan that then we can be able to work with these organizations. Otherwise, I think it was quite insightful listening from all the group members. Oh, I hear Kevin is online now. Kevin, yeah.
Kevin, if you are online or if you just hear us, you can continue.
All right, Hope. I believe the other groups tackled most of the questions, and that is why we think it's okay to just take the questions. Okay, let me just share so that at least the online group can be represented. Okay, from our discussion, we were 8 of us. All of us were in participant. Mostly Momodou represented us from Burkina Faso. On the first question about the CSO engagement, we felt that most of our lawyers and lecturers should help with policy making and policy review. And again, besides that, they should also help our youths on how to engage through mentorship and advocacy. However much, yes, we're going to be involved, but since they're the ones at the forefront, they should help us know the language and even understand on ways to go about this. The second question, and that actually, the first question was going through to the second one where we talked about on the specific action points. That is, as CSOs, we need to do a lot of mobilization, more so with the rural communities, as this helps with training, because and through training we also get to help our youths and young leaders be enthusiastic about matters renewable energy. Because again, if you look at the larger East Africa region, getting renewable energy should and must be less expensive, considering that solar and wind is almost in every other country. On the last question, which almost, the third question, which almost was merging with the fourth question, we were talking on the ways CSOs can influence finance for energy access and productivity within the Sub-Saharan Africa. That is the number one aspect we looked at was advocacy. The other area we focused on was having evidence-based research, or rather studies, that gives the rate of energy access within the countries. That is, as far as technology access is concerned, economic access and physical access, together with the pricing compared to the current fuel prices, because this one is going to help even the policymakers in knowing which areas to cap on. The last question, which is we talked about, again, more engagement as far as partnership is concerned, to strengthen public participation, and then empowerment, creating more empowerment forums for knowledge sharing. And then sharing again, through this, we get to share our local technology, because in Burkina Faso, as I've mentioned, Mamadou talked about, they have a biodigester, which, if should be incorporated in other countries, can help curb the current energy cost. That is what we managed to share as the online group representative. Back to you, Hope. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kevin. Yeah, this is really wonderful. So, have any more? If you have any just point to reflect, still ready to give you, but I can summarize otherwise.
Thank you very much. One of the points which I forgot to suggest in my group, I think one time, a few weeks ago, I was in one PACJA event in Yaoundé, and I noticed that the group invited the people concerned from the parliament to attend the meeting. So I also want to suggest that CSOs, in other meetings and strategic meetings like this, we should invite the people concerned in the parliament. One or two people, I think they will be heavily touched, and then they can take our message to the law-making body. Thank you.
That's very important. You have? Okay.
Mine is more of a suggestion, because as we were doing the group discussion, we were having like examples of where we can be able to plug in exactly. So maybe as a way forward, after we have a compilation of all the actions, we can now start being, we can be country specific, and then we can key in some of the areas that we see whereby CSOs can be able to plug in, because we are from different areas.
Okay. Yeah, I'm also reflecting on what other colleagues mentioned. From the presentations, you realize that most of the groups mentioned the need of having a platform for CSOs. And I will kind of agree with them that we need a common platform for our voices to be heard. But saying that does not mean that we have to create more new networks, because we have already existing networks in every country. And I would suggest that moving forward from this meeting, we need to strengthen the existing networks to do their advocacy work. If it means building their capacity, let us build their capacity to make sure that their voices are clearly heard and they can voice their points with clear information. Let us share information where necessary, especially from our partners. They are big partners at an international level to support our local advocacy initiatives. I submit.
Thank you so much. Maybe final that end.
Good evening. I just need to add into what my fellows have talked of. My issue or concern is actually on the evidence-based advocacy. We can't actually achieve what we're looking for if we don't have evidence. So in terms of the research and development, it's really good if we share the information. And more so when we're dealing with the legislation, they really need figures. So if we are talking of energy, we have to ensure that we have the right information, the right evidence to lobby for the issues we are looking into right now. So my main key issue is the evidence advocacy.
This is very important. Just let me take from where you stopped the issues of collaboration. Basically having platforms, common platforms to number one, so many things have been identified in relation to having platforms. One is to have our voice heard. That's one. The other issue is to do joint resource mobilization is another issue, to share experiences on these areas, to have bigger impact or influence on the government policy or other stakeholders. That was one of the areas. Therefore, having that platform is very important, but the how dimension of having this platform beyond this workshop is something that needs further work and further actions. Number two is, again, the issue of collaboration. Enhancing coordination and the collaboration was another areas of common idea that you have raised across the different groups. Then this also needs further work in terms of, number one, when we are talking about enhancing stakeholders collaboration, which stakeholders are we talking about? Therefore, it requires mapping or identifying the key stakeholders. It requires undertaking stakeholder analysis, and it also requires developing kind of engagement strategy with these stakeholders. So think about having these important actions in the next steps. The third is the issues of capacity building. It's also cross-cutting aspects or points that you almost all groups have raised. Then again, that requires some further work in my view. Number one, when we are talking about capacity building of particularly the government institutions or stakeholders, we usually assume that they don't have this capacity or that capacity, which may not be the right approach to do. But capacity building requires, number one, understanding what capacities are already there, say in the government sector or sectors that you are working with. Number two, it also requires what more capacities do they need so that they will collaborate or deliver what you are talking or thinking about. Therefore, capacity needs assessment need to be at least conducted. Therefore, you can understand the existing capacities, what capacities are already there, and what more capacities these stakeholders need. Otherwise, if you are just simply assuming that this is something that you think are the missing capacity and where you want to intervene, that might not be the right approach. Maybe my final point is on the areas of opportunities. Almost, again, the 5 groups have tried to mention existing opportunities include existing policies, national development plans, agreements like NDCs, or sector working groups which are already established with, for example, with the energy sector. These are very important, but again, this needs understanding. These are very generic when we are talking about policy or when we are talking about planning, budgeting, and so on. Which policy are we talking about? Because we have said during the last 2 days, almost all countries have at least the broader policy frameworks across the sub-Saharan Africa. But when we are talking about policy, it is very important to do proper policy review and identify specific missing links or gaps where the CSOs can come in as an entry point and just try to make that policy very effective in terms of implementation or filling the policy gaps or advocating, as my brother already said, properly advocating by identifying specific issues related to the policy components or the subsidiary elements when we are talking about the policy as a whole. So these are very important. So understanding the policies which are there, understanding or identifying the specific policy elements which are missing, understanding the plans, understanding the other agreements including the NDCs, and where to come in terms of supporting the implementation or operationalization or advocating for the advocacy or advocating for the revision or reconsidering review of the plan, the policies, the process, and so on. These are some of the key points that I have tried to pick from what you have already said, but you have said a lot. By saying this, let me just invite or just ask Hope to mention the name of those who are expected to do the opening, the closing remarks. Thank you so much for the group work. Do you have any? Before Hope is coming in, someone has she said, I have a burning issue to reflect on. Maybe any other who want to reflect finally?
Yeah. Yeah, I was looking at another opportunity which we might have missed, like participating in these ongoing engagements, both by government but also by UNFCCC. For example, we've just concluded the COP27, and every country is organizing their post-COP engagements. How are we strategizing as CSOs to participate in those engagements is also key. And I'm looking at it as a key opportunity for us as civil society actors to take part in those processes and follow up on the implementation of the actions that have been agreed upon during COP27. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much for your contribution and for being there, taking time to be with us. We appreciate all of you who took your time on short notice and made it here. And to wind up, we want to appreciate the partners who made this possible. So I'll just call them one by one. Let's start with the WWF team. Thomas, just come and give a vote of thanks.
Yep, thank you very much, everybody, taking your time being here with us. We will really consider the deliberations that you've made. We will sit together with Benson and Hope and James and Salam on that side so that we can really see how best we can move the energy dialogue forward. I think I don't want to take a lot of your time. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Thomas. Then we have the team from WRI represented by Benson.
Thanks a lot, Hope. Yes, I think just as Thomas has mentioned, it's a great honor and pleasure to have you guys for the last 2 days. I can't remember who I was telling yesterday. I know it's the end of the year, and so everybody is really trying to do everything that they were supposed to do by the end of the year. And so having you guys for 2 days in the month of December, actually in the middle of December, we don't take it for granted. So we are really grateful and humble for that. I think of critical importance is that I think there's a conversation that is starting. When you are designing this program, one of the key things that you are convinced about is that civil society organizations have a central role to play in terms of influencing energy access agenda in Africa. We had made assumptions in terms of capacity issues that sometimes we could be speaking generally on what issues are we talking about, but I think getting a bit more specific, especially when you meet with the policymakers, becomes a bit of a challenge. And because you're dealing with technical people, you're hoping to influence the African Development Bank, that instead of looking at the big size tickets, yet we have some of these needs at the local level. How can we be able to also make sure that even the community groups in the community, they also get to benefit? Now, these are technical people. I think Dr. Lofunso mentioned about even learning the finance language, that when we meet with the finance experts, there's a language that they actually speak, and probably don't know that language, but we actually have the opportunity to influence them. So I think one of the key things that this has confirmed to me is the need for us to continue in terms of building this capacity, enhancing capacity for all of us. But I think in summary, There are 4 things, actually 5 things that I've picked from this discussion. So one is the place of evidence-based research. I think somebody who just spoke towards the end echoed on this, on the need for data and analysis to be in a position to influence policies. I think I have been hearing this discussion again. Sometimes we make the assumption that we don't have policies, but actually policies are there, but there could be some gaps. Can we be a bit more specific in terms of where do we think these policies need to be strengthened or what intervention needs to be put in there? Number 2 is very strategic and deliberate collaborations and alliance building. I think that was coming out very strongly. I love somebody who said that let's not even just go to create new networks or alliances. Let's first take stock of those that are actually in the countries, and we see how can we be able to strengthen them even before we start creating new ones. I am always very fearful about always creating something new, even before taking time to reflect and see, do we actually have it, and how can it be strengthened? So I think building those alliances and identifying who is the strategic partner in this process will be quite important, and we are more than happy to support that process. Capacity building, again, I think was coming out quite critical. The key thing that I think we need to reflect on now is be a bit more specific. Where exactly do we need our capacity built? Because again, as I said, this is quite wide, and we may not be in a position to cover everything. But I think being a bit more targeted on 3 key areas where we know if we build the capacity of CSOs on those areas, we'll be in a position to move the needle. I think that for me would be quite strategic. And then second to the last, no, actually it's the last one. So the thinking is, we have started this discussion as a small team. The opportunities I think COVID taught us, especially in the form of webinars, etc. And as I was thinking through this, is perhaps the need for us to think about, can we be able to organize even a bigger webinar next year, sometimes early next year, where we can be able to share lessons coming from this and how we can be in a position to move this further. I mean, the beauty about such a process, I think, is that you attract more partners who can be able to work with us in this journey, but I think also build confidence of the rest of the other civil society organizations that we actually are quite many of us out there who are thinking the same, and so it's encouraging each other and being in a position to move forward. Otherwise, on behalf of WRI, we really commit ourselves into this process. We would want to walk the talk with the civil society organizations. We are very grateful for all the partners that we have been working together on this. Special mention to Dr. Lofunso, who has been with us since yesterday. We are very delighted, Dr. Lofunso, for sparing your time out of your busy schedule to be here. PACJA, of course, the African Coalition for Sustainable Energy and Access, WWF, certainly, and NORAD. I hope I have exhausted the list. Otherwise, we are very grateful, and we look forward to the next step on, into this process. Asante.
I'd like to invite Faustine to come and just give us something brief.
Asante sana. I can see my friend from Uganda. Thank you very much. I have been a little in and out. Jeff is holding its meeting here in this country. And I represent the civil society in the environment and natural resources sector. I was therefore particularly invited for today because there were heavy discussions on how civil society should get involved, not only on the small grants, but also on the bigger monies that are given by governments. And I believe that what is being talked here is also going to be talked in your countries. It's something that is going on. So that is what took part of my time today. But I should say that I'm very happy. My team has been here. They have been following the training. And I'm very sure that RCCDN has benefited enough. I think we have the biggest number here. And I thank you, all of you, especially those ones who provided the technical expertise in terms of explaining how we are supposed to be engaging with issues of energy. And you know, there is no way we can learn away from this. There is no development without energy. Actually, whatever we need to develop into, energy must come at the forefront. Today I asked a very funny question to some people from the global north. And they were talking about net zero. And the question was, as you talk about net zero, you are talking about the balance between the emissions and the way you are able to sequester. Africa seems to be sequestering much more than it emits, which means that the net zero could be a benefit, especially when you talk about carbon credits. Unfortunately, even when they talk about the carbon credits and the market involved, we yet do not get equal treatment with countries in the north. And we are seeing countries in the north drilling backwards in the use of fossil fuels. So I was asking, what kind of play are we in? And as civil society, as an activist, where should I put my force? Should I tell my governments not to exploit fossil fuels when you are the ones importing them? Should I say that they should not use them for their development when you are doing the same thing in the north? So I was wondering about the confusion. And when he went to answer, he said, as a civil servant, I will not tackle that question. So I am saying that to show you that there are some people who play around with double standards. And I think Africa needs to get out of the usual business and start targeting on the best ways of exploiting energy as much as we can. But more specifically, the renewable energy as we have been discussing here. So thank you very much for having stayed in this country. I hope you had a nice stay. For those ones who are going tomorrow, my desire is to wish you a safe journey as you travel back home. Those ones who are remaining with us, we shall continue hosting you, and we are very happy to continue hosting you. Pakija, if you can even extend the tickets for those ones so that they don't go tomorrow, no problem. We are still ready to host you. Asanteni sana. And for all of you that we are going to continue after, tomorrow and after tomorrow, I wish to tell you that we have a tree planting day on Saturday. And for those of you who are not going before noon, we shall be happy to be with you. I need those ones of you to be present and plant a tree that will be called against your name. We shall tag it. Package and the name of the person that has planted it, so that you keep coming and checking on your tree. So I hope that Saturday will be a very good and joyous day as we protect our planet. Thank you so much. Waiting to see you again when we are discussing about energy. All the best.
Thank you. That is Faustine from the Rwanda Climate Change and Development Network. That's a PACJA platform in Rwanda. The icing on the cake before we eat the cake, I'd like to invite our head of programs from PACJA, Mr. Charles Mwangi.
So good afternoon. Do you feel energized? You know, when we were starting this conference yesterday in the morning, everybody was so cold. But I can see everybody is very vibrant, even though it's raining now. And yesterday in the morning, it was a little bit warm, but we're still feeling cold. So I think I want to take this opportunity to appreciate everybody, really for your sacrifice. Like Benson mentioned, I'm sure by now, some of you would have taken your holiday with your families to go and rest, probably, in readiness for next year. But you sacrificed to come to Kigali for this very important workshop. So we are very, very grateful for responding in a very, very short time. I want to take this opportunity also to thank our partners, WRI. Like they say, there's a brother who sticks closer, or a friend who sticks closer than a brother. So WRI have been working with us very closely. We are very grateful for this partnership. We are looking forward for bigger things, in the coming days. Africa Development Bank. Alfonso has really been our brother. He is actually part of Pakistan. Sometimes we don't see him as from the bank point of view. We normally see him more, closer to us than he's in the bank. And we are very grateful, Alfonso, for being with us. And I know we are going to be together in the next 2 days again for the post-COP strategy meeting. We are grateful. Please pass our regards, to your bank director. WWF have been our close partners also. Where is Opande? Opande is here. Huh? Thank you so very much. They're sponsoring us on a 5-year project, of course, through NORAD, or from NORAD, and we enjoy this particular partnership. Let's begin array in terms of planning for next year so that we can do bigger and bigger things. And of course, our platform, Vuningoma, we are very grateful, really, for the support that you've given us ever since we arrived here. He's actually our boss. When we run in Kigali, he instructs us on what to do because he's a coordinator for the platform here. And we really are all under his wings. We are very grateful. You've never disappointed. And together with your team, hydrators appreciate the Rhodan team. I think it's important to appreciate this hospitality. And as you can attest, especially the food is very, very nice. So we are very grateful. So we don't mind to stay around for the next 2 days for those of us who have been invited for that other meeting. So thank you so much. For those of you who are traveling from tomorrow, some this evening probably, wish you well, safe travel. We have a bigger program on energy next year. We shall be inviting you for the same. I know Eugene will be rolling out a big program on how we are going to move in 2023. So thank you so much. Bon voyage. And for those who are remaining, let us again meet here tomorrow at 8:30. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Charles. And just to give a final word, Doctor, let me follow Eugene. Olu.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I think we've received a number of appreciation from the partners, and I just want to especially thank you for inviting me. Many of you may not know, I'm the bank's focal point to Pakja. I didn't know what I was getting into when I accepted that role, but I have to say that this partnership has been very fulfilling. And I have to say this, I think the way we perceived civil society for many years was largely around a group of activists. 15, 20 years ago, I think we just thought of them as people who just are very good at telling you what the problem is or was then, and they will have no solutions to the problem. But in the last 15 years that I've been in this business, I've seen a significant change, because the civil society organizations today are not just raising the significance of the problem, but also they are part of the solutions. They are giving ideas. They are operating solutions on the ground, and they are bringing that forward. I really want to especially thank every one of you and the organizations that you represent for making this shift, because now we are all stakeholders and we all want the same thing, and that is very good. I want to say that the conversation here is the beginning of a long conversation. It doesn't end here. And I think please use every platform, every spaces, every opportunities available to you to continue to be what I call the voice of reasoning. The voice of reasoning. Energy issues are not just development issues, they are also justice issues. And please, you are stronger in elevating those issues and bringing about the level of partnership, but also interest from others to be able to do their part. Thank you very much. Look, some of the points that have been raised here, As the partners follow up with them, I'll be very keen to support them and to see how we can really provide long-term solutions to this energy crisis. Again, thank you very much. I look forward to engaging with you and learning more from the work that you do. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And to the crew also who made this possible, we appreciate all of you. Thank you for the work that you've done. And I'll not echo, a lot has been said, but this will not be the end of our interactions. We shall continue meeting and continue exchanging learnings way ahead. So thank you so much, and we trust that when we take stock next time, we will see some progress. We will see some steps made from today. So those who are traveling back, for those who are within Kigali, we wish you well as you stay. Those who are traveling to different places, we also wish you safe travels. And once again, thank you for being with us during these 2 days. So you're free to interact and mingle and get to know each other. Thank you.